Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. It's been a little bit, about 3 weeks, and this is going to be a rough one because we're having some technical problems, but hopefully they'll resolve themselves over the course of this. And beyond that, we're just going to go right into the thick of things. Tension hangs in the air. It is thick enough to cut. In a chamber deep beneath the earth, in the shadow of a glowing lodestone, the court of Hearsome is enthralled by a strange sight. At the base of a throne of roots stands 4 humans, dark hair and red robes, white hair and a handsome face, red hair and a stench of fey, golden eyes and black leather. To the right of these humans stand fey judges, chosen from Hearsome's court. At the center of the chamber, climbing up the steps of the root throne, is a satyr. He is radiant and beautiful. Golden knots form his hair, gently curving horns and a robust chest. But what makes him most beautiful is the smile on his face, a smile of victory and triumph in face of seemingly impossible odds against the divine. All eyes in the room are on the pursuer, mere moments from lifting his curse. Tangy, is there anything you would like to do before touching the cloak? Okay. Your fingers touch the cloak. The air around you vibrates, and all you can see is a snake of enchanting words unbinding themselves from around you. These words have barred you from telling the Bear King what has happened. You needed only say his true name. And yet, the Green Rider is mere inches from your face. You know to speak the Bear King's name will summon him, but there is a chance that the Green Rider will hear it. Do you say the Bear King's true name to summon him? He looks at you. As you have the cloak held in your hands now, and he has to, a part of it, he has made a fey contract to recognize the rightful winner, so he will step aside and surrender the top of the throne to you and kneel down. Pause for just a moment. I apologize. We are having technical problem. Very pog. Try it again, Tangy.
This task was given to me by one of your old enemies. The one only known as... Now I'll speak the Bear King's true name.
Alrighty. The Bear King's true name is not something particularly long or complicated. This is a misnomer that many Boglanders apply to true names. They think it will be something beyond the comprehension of men, and for some creatures they are correct. For the Bear King, you will not speak his true name, but it's a simple thing. It's a pithy little phrase, takes no longer than a second to say. And as soft as a dove and as gentle as the breeze, the moments the powerful words leave your lips, the entire chamber around you seems to shudder, though nothing physically moves. All at once, activity begins. Magically inclined Fae begin to cast spells. Others rush up the steps of the throne towards the Green Rider, and Hearsome himself stares at you, but then through you as if he can hear some distant drumbeat that no one else can. Pingy, you have a chance to take one action before the Bear King arrives. What would you like to do?
Oh my god. Can I feel if the cloak has any like innate magical abilities?
It certainly does, but they are not accessible to you at the moment. If you would like, you could just bask in your moment of triumph.
Yeah, I'll throw the cloak around my neck.
Okay.
and then I'll sit on the throne.
Yeah, you lean down to the throne as chaos breaks out across the room. All right, for those of the 4 humans now down at the base of the throne, the last 6 seconds have been enthralling, and not necessarily the what?
Oh, you cut out there for a little bit. You're good now.
The last couple of seconds have been enthralling, not in like a magical sense, but in the sense that you've just been amazed with what you are watching. However, each of you can also take an action before the Bear King arrives. Now, I don't think for you all it would be intuitive that that's about to happen, but chaos is breaking out. You see, like, for example, there was a red-skinned woman who was one of the Fae judges. She's summoning a portal. She's just casting a spell to get out of here. Other Fae are, like, running to support their Archfey. Something is coming, and everything is running. So would any of you like to take any actions?
I will resummon Hagal just because.
Okay.
Yeah.
You pull him through a veil between worlds because he was on a different plane of existence, but he is now with you.
Does Grania recognize any of this feeling?
Whatever it is not remotely connected to Skalatha. I think that's the best that you can detect.
Okay. I don't know if she would recognize the presence of an Archfey.
Not exactly. She's only been around one.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do I know any direction that's like where anything is?
Yeah, so I think the best way to describe this is that the place you're in is not real, like in a material sense. It is a figment of the Green Rider's imagination, and something is in the process of battering all of that down. So the answer is from all directions that you could ever possibly go in.
So I can dimension door out?
Where would you dimension door to?
That's what I'm asking. Do I know where I could? Anything?
If you'd like to ask for specific descriptions of the room, I can answer that, but I'm not sure to answer the question.
Not really, no.
Okay.
That's not really what I'm asking for. I'm more like, how the hell do I get out of here?
I'm not sure how to help you there.
Okay. I guess I have an idea. I'll say, stay close to the rest of the party, and and as when we stand near each other, I'll cast a wall of force around us.
Okay.
As a
That
dome.
actually changes things. First question, does everyone get close to Corvus when he says so?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That is interesting. That'll be your action, Heko. Ethan, Dota,
Yep.
Yogi, anything you guys want to do? Or I guess you summoned Hategal. Dota and Ethan, anything for you?
Let me check. Where is my sheet?
Think I'm good with the wall of force.
Okay. How's your health look? Oh, you're full HP. You're fine.
I only have one spell, so I'll save it.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Well, Pursuer, as you sit down, the world around you, well, the simple way to describe it is the world seems to stretch. That noise, which seemed to paralyze the Green Rider, this distant drumbeat that he heard but no one else heard, all of you hear it now. It is the sound of distant pounding, the sound of paws on a forest floor, the drumbeat of a distant warship. Then there is a deafening roar and the world shatters. Everything around you all begins to appear glass-like, as if your perception itself has been rendered into a dozen tiny planes. In this world of shattered glass, the chaos of the room takes on a new, unknowable dimension. Fleeing Fae begin to move from one pane of glass to another. Others curl up and cry, reflected from 1,000 different angles as glass reflects to glass to glass to glass. There is only one section of the entire chamber which is intact. The central throne, where the Pursuer sits, triumphant in his musical victory. Beside him stands the Green Rider. This is a one little rock of reality in a sea of chaos and glass. And Pursuer, you can tell that the Green Rider's will is the only thing holding this world around you together. This demiplane only exists through his will that it continue to be so, and it is taking every ounce of his concentration. There is sweat dripping down his brow. His once godly face is now reduced to intense concentration, and his face is starting to turn red. What do you do?
You were once so powerful. Seems like most of that power is gone. It is time to give up once again, as you had before.
He doesn't even spare a glance in your direction. His focus continues, but you can tell he heard your words, because even as his face remains concentrated, his arm stretched out, maintaining this brief ball of reality around him, it begins to shrink. You watch as the steps of the throne begin to turn to glass, panes shattering into an abyss of non-existence. And just as the final bit of it begins to collapse, hear some screams, the last threads holding the world together around you fray, and it breaks. Tiberius, Ete, Boleslaus, Antonius, Pursuer. These are all names, cloaks that you've worn over the time of your hunt. But these aren't needed anymore. Your name is Gefreiden, a name of a hunter, a storyteller. And as the world breaks around you, what place do you think of?
I think of the Bear King's Court before all this started. Just singing songs, hunting, just being whimsical.
The feeling that you feel over the next couple of seconds and the senses you experience are one that you've only had once before. When you journeyed from the land of Fae to the Boglands, you traveled through a wood, and at a certain point, it was as if you tripped forward and fell into a new place. You experience much of that now, though you feel sickened to your core. Nausea runs up through your body. You feel as if adrenaline has just shot through every limb, though it very may well have, considering what's happening. And you find yourself on hands and knees. Around you is a glade of purple grass. Flowers dot the glade. Bright green, yellows, reds. A vibrant display that instantly tells you this is not the Boglands, because that place can never be so beautiful. You see satyrs frolicking through the fields, wearing the dark greens and browns of the Bear King. And you know it's real, because rather than a tableau that you're just watching, some of these satyrs look towards you. You hear a male voice, beckon out towards you. One of them says, Gefreiden! And then you feel something tug on your leg. And looking behind you, you can see a portal of vines, and one of these vines has extended and starting to pull you inside. You resist the portal?
I tried to. Do I still have... I think I'd still have Fast Step active, right?
I would imagine so.
I attempt to Fast Step away from the portal.
You attempt to far step, and as you are preparing this magical oomph from inside of you, you hear the Bear King's deep rumbling voice from within the portal. Come, Gefreiden. And with the invocation of your true name, all thoughts of ignoring that command disappear, and you are pulled through. You feel sickened, nauseous, adrenaline, and a moment later, you find yourself on a platform. Beneath you is wood, and it takes you a couple of heaving breaths, but you feel a furry paw on your back.
You'll be all right. Stand up slowly.
I'll first kneel down to him.
Yeah,
Kneel to him, but kneel at him.
The only thing you see at the moment is the wooden logs beneath you, and you see through gaps in the logs that you are on a platform hundreds of feet in the air, somewhere in the great Ard reach of Athel-Loren.
I'll slowly stand up.
It's a pretty small platform you're on. It's about 60 feet by 60 feet across. There is a party being held here until moments ago. Now, there are only 4 people other than yourself. There is the Bear King in his humanoid form. Dark brown fur stretching across every inch of available flesh. A large, burly frame. There are 3 others. A small, gray-skinned, squat creature with long, sinewy, oily black hair and a whip made of that same hair. A man with green skin, green armor, leafy hair going down to about his mid-back. And a woman with pale white skin, blue eyes and blue veins which seem to travel on the surface of her skin as small tendrils of ice. The Bear King will pat you on the shoulder, though you can tell he's not even using a mere fraction of his overall strength, and he says, "You saw how he performed. It was incredible. We should be singing his praises from the rooftops." And he looks to the other Archfey. And one whom you know the name of, one of her names, she replies coolly, "Well, all he did was sing a little song. I think any performer in my court could have done the same." Bear King will shrug, a little bit deflated. "My loyal huntsman, you have done all that could be asked of you. You ventured into the dangerous boglands and bagged a prey mightier than any hunter before you. An archfey. Since it was you who bagged this prey, I think it's only fair you determine its fate. Though, I warn you, squelching this particular life is impossible. Life oozes from him like a geyser, so we'll only be able to restrain him a little bit longer. Now, I know you're a huntsman, but traps, ensnarement, imprisonment has never been your strong suit. So, in the interim time, the other Archfey and I have discussed some proposals, but if you wish to be the ultimate decider, it is your right as the man who hunted him."
I did it all for you. I only did my duty, what I was ordered.
He smiles and nods, and you see that while he doesn't seem particular, like he kind of expected this answer, you see each of the Archfey reacts a little bit differently. The Green Watcher, he seems to nod, respecting the honor, the virtue, the fealty in it. The Mistress of Winter seems utterly unenthused, and the long-haired one looks very bored. You can see he's feasting, seated on a small chair, and he eats a steamed hedgehog. And Bear King will say, "Yes, of course, it was for me, but..." And he holds up an acorn. "Within here, for at least a couple of moments longer, is Hearsome, but we still must ultimately determine what to do with him, and we couldn't come to much of an agreement on our own, and since you hunted him, you're the decider." Now,
What were your thoughts?
Well, take a seat.
I'll look around to everyone. The bears will take the seat.
the gray-skinned creature with long, oily black hair and a pot belly will hop off his little throne. He has hoof legs, and he will clack across the wooden floor of the platform over to you. He will extend a steamed hedgehog in your direction.
I'll accept it.
He gives a nod. Well, what I propose is ensnarement. I'm sure you've heard of the legendary strands of Scalartha's hair. We form these into a rope, bind him with quicksilver bracelets in a gag of cold iron, and then bury him in the bog of loss. People will forget that he never even existed. I think this could deal with him for a couple more millennia, perhaps even longer.
That does seem reasonable.
The Green Watcher will remain standing where he was when you first arrived, and he says,
We should put him inside of a cube.
You
Is
make
that all?
The
Just a
Green
cube?
Watcher will slowly nod and withdraw from his pocket. It is a cube with what looks to be text carved on the outside, and he says,
It is a puzzle cube. Riddles inscribed on the interior, the exterior. We would put it within another cube, and at the center of these two cubes, the Green Rider, and then around the cubes, a demiplane, and within the demiplane, in the hollow of a tree. The same trap that kept him contained since the days of the elves.
If he could escape it then, surely he'd be able to escape again.
Oh, he shall, but I suspect by then you will be long since merged with the dirt, and it will be the problem of us millennia hence.
And finally, the woman with pale skin and ice crystals for veins. She will stand up slightly, give the slightest of head nods to acknowledge your achievement, and she'll say, I think we should put him in Kenwithwithrum and let him freeze. He won't thaw until the spring comes to the land of winter.
And how long is that away?
I suspect an eternity plus one.
Why can't we do 2 of these things? We could put him in a box, and put the box in the freezing place.
The Bear King will chuckle.
You always were a smart one.
Well, could that work? And he looks towards the two archfey in question, the Green Watcher and the Mistress of Winter. Don't seem to like this option. They both kind of glare at each other, unhappy with the other's solution. But the long-haired one will extend another steamed hedgehog to you. He's, kind of squelches one with his teeth. It kind of pops into his mouth, and he says, I like the idea. A cube in a frozen lake. That's something like, from the old stories, something the elves would do to one of their, upstart emperors. And the Bear King will nod. He'll slap you on the back, which does send you stumbling this time. He used a bit more of his strength, and he says, Bravo! Fitting punishment for one who threatened to perforate our realm.
You do understand the nature of his crime, don't you?
I have heard some things, but not the worst of it, I'd assume.
The explanation must have slipped my mind. I should have told you one of these days during one of my tales. But my dear boy, I'm sure you've heard rumors that our realm is boundless, that Athelorn extends beyond the edge of existence and then some. In truth, it's as finite as the Boglands and the lands of those which inhabit it. So too is the animating stuff of life, magic, as the Boglanders were called. This too is finite, and it's kept constrained in a narrow space. Entropy doesn't pull it apart and scatter it across the realm. But what he wished to do was to poke a hole in that water sack holding the stuff of life, the magic, to merge us with the material plane in its endless expansion, to dilute what magic we have in our place into theirs, and there would no longer be fields of purple flowers, but green grasses and spruces and poplars and the mundanity of the real. Do you understand?
Yes, it would. Our great land would cease being beautiful.
More or less correct. Marvelous. You're a very... Maybe we should move you away from hunting and telling stories to doing scholarly work. I'm sure you could uncover the seventh-fold riddle.
Either way, he turns towards the others. He's a shaggy beast with a shaggy face.
Me and my good fellow will get along now. I pray we will not meet until the turn of the seasons. I did, however, notice that,
he gestures towards the surroundings of the party.
You were all late to this particular function. I can assume that the invitations got lost.
And the long-haired one will hum and then awkwardly giggle. The Mistress of Winter will thaw ever so slightly and her eyebrows will droop, though you're not sure what emotion that signifies. The Green Watcher will just stare, and the Bear King will look towards you.
They were never very fun anyways. It's a shame you missed the party. It was a real romp. I'm sure you would have enjoyed it. Now, come along, dear boy. There are stories to be told, beasts to hunt, and praises to sing. And
he'll continue to talk, and he'll never truly cease talking. And as the world around you seems to melt, you begin to fall forward, following him through a portal back to the fields of purple leaves and grasses and frolicking satyrs and all that and more. You'll never see the Boglands again, but you're not really missing out on much. And Tiberius, at the end of your journey, Is there any part of it that you regret that you would have done differently?
I don't think so. I think Tiberius, he learned a lot about the Boglands. Probably more than he ever needed to know in the first place, but
Yeah. Alrighty.
like, there were things that if he had more information he would have done, but he didn't have that information.
Yeah, you go with the Bear King, and your task is complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, for the rest of you, Grania,
What?
Primius, Zednius, and Corvus. Your music's a little bit different. This is not the whimsical wackiness of Fate. Yours is just terrifying. We have to hand out some damage before we dive into the grid of things. So all of you are going to immediately take 50 force damage.
As a
Regardless
reaction,
of the Wall of Force.
Oh, you did Wall of Force. That's a very good point. I think that would reduce it by half.
Jesus.
27.
Well, it was 50, so it'd be 25. So you all take 25 force damage to start with.
Oh, you said 50 force, not 54.
Yeah, 50 force. So yeah, you take 25 force damage now. As a reaction, when you take damage, you can
I'm
tune
gonna-
yourself in black sludge.
I'm tombing myself.
Aced. Okay, cool. I will note that in my brain. Adjust your health pools accordingly. Then there are some additional things. Corvus, you gain 3 levels of exhaustion. Oh, actually 4. 4 levels of
Jesus.
exhaustion.
Good lord.
Then who would this be? Primius, you take you are at 3 HP, so whatever the amount of damage to take for that is.
Oh, okay.
And I think that is it for now. Okay, so the world around you broke, and it's we are reaching the limits of experience here, but basically, for a moment, everything around you turned into glass, and then a hammer shattered into it and broke the world. It looked like, 1,000 shards, and then subdivided and subdivided and subdivided until there's just nothing but these sparkles of glass. You as beings which can taste and feel and think and sense, kind of cease to exist. The closest one can get to death without truly dying, though even death in this world is not quite like that. You go to a new place. This is not that. This is obliteration. And the last thing you see was the Green Rider straining and then screaming as the world broke around him. So, Grania, as you were in this place of no passage of time, of the world shattered around you, what do you think? What do you think about?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, she's confused. She's probably looking around.
Yeah, and there's no sense data. It's all just the last thing you saw. A shattered pane of glass, and at the center of it, the Green Rider screaming with effort.
Are we floating or is there a ground?
Not even, because that implies experience. You're basically frozen in place with this final frame.
Oh, okay. I guess she'll try to communicate with the fluttering one and see if she can.
Interesting. That will suffice for an answer to that one. Zednius, what are you thinking about in this place?
For the first 6 seconds, I think, or maybe the first 12, I'm incapacitated.
Oh, sorry, you're entombed.
So,
Okay, yeah, you're just entombed. We'll get to you later. Corvus, what are you thinking about?
I'm kind of scared, expecting to hear the hounds
Yeah,
pretty soon.
yeah. That's an understandable thing to think.
I think I died.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it's weird to say time will pass because you have literally no indication of that, but you were able to continue to think, so it will feel like time is passing. When thoughts of immediate concern around death begin to fade, is there something else that you'll think of?
I guess I'm thinking. I don't know.
Yeah. Is there, well, some prodding questions. Is there things, if you are to be dead, is there someone you regret leaving behind? Are there places you think of that comfort you?
Probably disappointed I didn't get to see the Virginian Republic rise again.
Okay. And Primius, now I know this is going to be harder for you, Ethan, but what would Primius think about in this moment?
Fortunately, I have an easy cop-out, as I don't think Permeus has ever taken 100 damage at once, so it's probably something along the lines of ouch.
Yeah, well, as the ouch fades, is there something else?
Ah, the ouch fades. I see.
Yes, I am sorry. The pain is not eternal.
Shucks. Probably just anger over being denied entrance into the Eternal Halls, or whatever we call them in this religion.
Yeah, the Tranquiline Halls. That's good enough.
Tranquiline.
Okay,
There you go.
Grania.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit. And again, you know, it's weird to say that because your vision never changes, your sense data never changes. The only thing which really operates is your brain. But it does change. Eventually, it's as if the best way to describe it is that colors begin to fade into your vision, and the vision of the shattered chamber of glass with the Green Rider at its center begins to fade away. And so as colors fade in, you begin to feel a second heartbeat join your own inside of your chest. The familiar fact that Skalotha is not only nearby, but based on the thrumming of the chest, it's as if you're within her branches. And slowly, as more sense data begins to come in, you feel wet on your hand. You recognize droplets of rain. You feel something curled up on your shoulder. And you see, impossibly, I stress impossibly, you are in the highest branches of Skalotha's great tree. Beneath you, thousands of feet, is the canopy, and somewhere beneath that where you can't see is the forest floor. Sitting in the crook of your shoulder is the Fluttering One, not invisible, but happily displaying himself. Down at your hand, water droplets drop from the upper branches of Skalotha down onto your hand, and you feel her emotions thrum in rhythm with your own. And despite this feeling like it can't be happening, it does feel real.
Okay. Does it still feel like we're frozen, though?
No, not at all.
I guess she's going to try to communicate with the Fluttering One and ask, are we really here? Is this real?
He kind of stretches and yawns as if he just took a nap, and he'll look around. And then he goes from comfortable to freaked out almost immediately. He adopts a little defensive stance and raises up his arms. And because your connection with him is so deep here, you can tell he just tried to go invisible, but he didn't. Which means that either his magic is limited, or the boon he was granted by Skalotha has run out for some reason. And you feel a pulse run along the trunk of the branch that you're sitting on into you. It's a pulse of emotion. It's how Skalotha communicated with you. And it's something along the lines of, how are you here?
How did I normally communicate back with Skalotha? Does she understand when
She
I
knows
speak?
exactly how
Or
you
if I
feel.
communicate? I guess I'll basically just communicate the feeling of confusion, and I don't know if she can see images that I see as well, but
She can if you wish.
if there's any way to communicate on what basically the world being destroyed and the riders, we saw the Green Rider and then coming here. That's what I'll display.
Yeah. As you communicate that, telepathy with the Fluttering One is almost immediate, but it's not quite like that with Skalotha. It takes time for information to travel through her immense body. You don't even know how long you were sitting there in the branch. It could have been minutes between when you arrived there and she was finally able to get her emotions passed along to you. So you touch her branch, you send this response, and the Fluttering One begins to dance in the rains dropping from the upper branches, and you feel your heart, a third heartbeat, join your own. And you haven't felt a connection this close to the Fluttering One ever, because you were not that close. I mean, you were close to him when you were here, but on a human level, not on a magically bonded level. But it's as if your bond from the material plane has come back with you, and that you can feel his emotions, his heartbeat, his thoughts alongside your own, yours, Scalatha's, and his. And he, dances around in the droplets. He grabs one with his finger and tastes it on his tongue, and he looks at you with wide insectoid eyes.
She's gonna like grab his hands and kind of like dance along with him.
Yeah, the two of you dance in the falling raindrops, and you see curling around the branch of a tree, a cat-like creature, cat-like being the operative word, with purple fur and large eyes. You don't know its true name. You don't know anything's true name here, really, but you do know what you always called it, which was Fluffy. And this purplish cat will begin to walk over in your direction with its tail up and its heckles raised. It seems just as surprised to see you as you are to see it.
She'll basically lead along the fluttering one to go over and hug it.
Yeah, the fluttering one will run over, and it will begin to speak in a language you don't even speak. You speak Sylvan, the generic Fey tongue. It will begin to, the fluttering one will begin to badger it in the tongue of this cat, and the cat will slowly relax, and when it sniffs your palm, it will begin to curl around your leg and begin to snuggle up against you.
Okay.
And a moment later, the pulse will respond along the branch. And the emotion that comes with it is one of deep sadness, and the message is something along the lines of, enjoy it while you can.
When I receive that message, I'd like kind of freeze and then look towards the fluttering one, see if he got the same feeling.
It's almost impossible for him not to have, but he seems to be ignoring it.
Okay. She'll still like kind of like slowly get back into being excited, but like that lingering sense of like uneasiness now is there in the back of her mind.
Yeah, you pet along the cat's fur. You've never found anything in the material plane as soft as the creatures of this place. I mean, it's indescribable. And you watch as a trio of brownies, these tiny little humanoids, less than an inch is too big, but these tiny little humanoids begin to fly up out of the hollow of this tree trunk, and they fly over to you. They give you dewdrops to try to, reinvigorate you, because you're just begin to realize how injured you really are. It's as if, your entire body was lacerated by falling glass. There's cuts along your forearms, your face, your chest, everywhere. Even your, battle mage robes, which feel so out of place here in Athelorn, even those are lacerated with long cuts and bloody trails left behind. And just as you reach your hand out to accept the dewdrop from one of these doting brownies, you feel as if you're falling backwards, and the vision fades. And now we're going to go to Prometheus. Prometheus.
No.
As the crystalline, shattered vision of this, inner sanctum of an archfey fades, you find yourself with a hand tapping against your shoulder. You are in the back of a cathedral. Dark pews litter the cathedral around you. It is clearly the dead of night, and a man with glowing golden eyes and a very concerned expression is tapping your shoulder. He says, Cleric, are you all right?
What? I'll turn around and look at this individual.
Yeah, he has golden glowing eyes. He has a bald head. He's clearly a father of the faith of Aurelian Soul, and he seems concerned, but you have golden glowing eyes too, so he's not like scared. He's just like, what's going on?
Oh, okay. Oh.
Who are you?
Hello. Where's his full name? God, it's too long. I can't read the whole thing. Firmius Cassius Tiberius Perusian Verusian. How did I get here?
I don't know. I was cleaning the rectory, and when I turned around, you were just sitting here.
Well, where am I?
You're in the cathedral of the of the Radiant Light in Mythos?
In Mythos?
Yes. Are you feeling all right? There's a cleric. I'm a paladin by trade, but there's a cleric back behind the reliquary.
I can go fetch him.
I'll realize that I'm at 3 HP.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be excellent. Yes. Thank you.
He'll nod and begin to quickly like just sprint because there's a fucking member of the Imperial family. He'll start to sprint towards the reliquary, and you start to you push yourself up and you start to look down at your body, and the pain, the adrenaline starts to wear off, and the pain starts to set in. Your head is pounding with pain. Your body feels like fundamentally broken. There are like glass shards still embedded in parts of your flesh. And there are lacerations along your entire body, though most of them are along the right side of your body, as if you plopped down into like a pile of broken glass. And
I'm gonna sit down.
I think. You ease yourself back down into the pew, and you look around, and this cathedral you start to remember like actually where you are. You're like, okay, cathedral, radiant light, and then you start to look at the surroundings, and you died to become a paladin, as all paladins must. And when you were resurrected, I believe it was a combat engagement. But after you've been resurrected as a paladin, that doesn't make you a member of the religious order. You have to go be confirmed as a presbyter, a priest of the faith. And this was where your confirmation was held. It was your moment stepping from a life of secularism and military service into a life of religiosity in service as a judge of the empire. And you can see a golden statue of the god emperor of Mithdosica at the far end of the reliquary. And in a little box, you remember now, as it all starts to come back, the finger bone of St. Pelinal Elfsbane, retained for 5,000 years in the hands of humanity. At least so goes the story. It was that saint's relic that made you, a presbyter by Aurelian Soul's will. And as the cleric emerges from behind the reliquary with the paladin at his side, the two of them, you can see they're talking, because one of them looks a bit more nervous. The cleric looks a lot more nervous than the paladin, but as he sees your golden glowing eyes from across the room, he seems to calm down a bit, and he'll walk over, and once he's, like 10 feet away, he'll say,
Hi, Lord Varusian. Are you all right? Where have you come from?
Where were we, Alex? Like on the last time we were on the material plane. Where? Were we?
Static.
Ah, okay. I was static. At some point.
He'll look over towards the other priest.
Do you happen to have any form of identification?
Almost certainly, but let me see exactly.
I know
what
for a
it
fact
is.
you have a judge's badge, but I'm not sure if you have any additional forms.
I have a judge's badge. That wouldn't help.
I mean, if you want, you could just say, "Fucking, here's my judge's badge."
I have a gold holy symbol as well. I'll pull those two things out, but I don't think I have a signet ring or anything.
That's
There's
fine.
not one on.
They will look at those two and slowly nod. And the first cleric will say,
All right, well, we should get you in a cot, get you some rest. I will go speak to the Archimandrite, but I'm certain he will approve me to use my healing magics at no cost for a member of the Imperial family.
I would appreciate that, as well as, let's see if it's in. Who's the closest person in the chain of command who's in Mythos itself?
"Ooh, that would in Mythos itself. That would, funnily enough, that would probably be the head of the Department of Civility."
Okay, I can have a message sent to him, right? Am I important
At this point,
for
they
that?
think you're a judge of the Empire and a member of the Imperial family and a paladin. So yeah, they'll do basically whatever you ask them to do. Much like, of course, they'll send a letter.
Yeah. And send a message to the do I have a name for that individual?
I don't think you actually know him at all, really. You just know his rank, which would be I think it's Archorite, something like that.
Arcolite?
No, it's not quite that. Let me go find it. I know I can find it.
No.
Autarch? Is that right? No, don't. Now I'm stunlocked. How could you do this to me? Okay, so I'm looking at the Department of Faith because it's going to be similar to that.
He's not prepared. He got his ass.
It takes 5 seconds for anything to load. Whee! Here it is. It's Autarch. Yeah, I was correct. I got it.
Okay. Send a message to the autarch of the Department of Civility.
The Paladin will nod.
Just explain the circumstances. I came here somehow instantaneously from Ostatic, and I would like to talk to him.
Of course, Your Lordship.
Need him.
And the cleric will lean you down into a cot. This is where they would have pilgrims and other things like that. And he says,
All right, I will be back in no more than 5 minutes. Do you think you're going to pass out from blood loss?
No, I think I'll, let's see, do I have, I don't have any of those left. I'll cast a cure wounds on myself, I
as he
suppose.
sees you begin to enchant the prayer, he'll say,
No, there's no need. I can heal you. I just need to check in with the Archimandrite.
Oh, alright, no, I'll be okay. I'm just gonna rest my eyes for a few minutes, I think.
All right.
and he'll walk away. And as you lay down, you get that feeling, you know, when you're about to fall asleep and you feel like you're falling. You get one of those. You feel like you're falling backwards. However, when you open your eyes, you're in a new place. And we'll get back to that in a bit.
Oh, Jesus,
so,
fuck.
Going to Zednius. You cocooned yourself. So we're going to skip you entirely. I wanted you to know I didn't forget about you, but none of this applies to you because you're just cocooned the whole time.
All right.
That cocoon was an interesting choice. Corvus. The last thing you saw before you started thinking was this shattering chamber and the Green Rider holding it all together while screaming. This begins to fade, and appearing in front of you is a really familiar living room. Your uncle's living room, in fact. Both your contact in the Sons of the Republic, but also, you know, one of your closest family members, basically. I think your closest family member. You can tell it's the dead of night because there's no candles lit in here. Outside, it's dark. It's not really, like, if people are home, they are likely upstairs sleeping, and you are sitting in the dining room. You've talked with your uncle and other members of the Sons of the Republic literally hundreds of times about your plans for the future, about how you're going to improve things, about how the rot and decay which has consumed the Empire cannot be allowed to persist. And at the moment, you are alone in the living room.
Do I feel that I'm like intensely exhausted?
Yeah, you feel exhausted. Your body is lacerated with glass.
Wherever when I've probably stayed here like once or twice, right?
Oh yeah.
I think I just head for the guest room that I usually stay in.
Yeah, you walk up the stairs. They creak loudly. And as you near the top of the stairs to go turn into the guest room, you hear the sound of, you know, a door opening and a candlelight spills out into the hallway. And, you know, you kind of cover your eyes against the bright light. You didn't realize how used your eyes had gotten to the darkness. And you hear your, you know, kind of deep baritone voice.
Corvus, is that you?
Yes.
You know, kind of strain your eyes. You can see your uncle. He's wearing his night clothes, and he says,
What the hell are you doing here?
Don't know. Was on the plains on a mission.
Jesus Christ, that glass in your hair. Did you break my window?
No. There was an explosion. Magic shenanigans. I was supposed to be in the plains, hundreds of miles from here.
Yes, the magic, I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure what you're saying is true, but you seem a bit like you're in shock. Just sit down at the top of the stairs, I'll get you some water, and we'll start getting those glass shards out of your damn arms.
Okay.
And, you ease down onto the top of the steps and you take deep, concentrated breaths. As a war mage, you're taught to stay focused in combat. You can't get distracted. You have to concentrate to burn people alive. No matter the screams, no matter the conflict that comes your way, you must continue to cast magic. And you use those breathing techniques, square breathing, calming yourself. And by the time your uncle returns up the steps, you start to realize, yeah, you're definitely in shock. You're not in nearly as much pain as you should be, considering how lacerated your body is. You feel numb. And your uncle will dap water and then pour a bit of alcohol, which stings, but not as much as it should, along the many wounds along your arms. And he'll look up towards the doorway he came in from, and he'll say to, you'll see a silhouette of a person standing there, and he'll say, "Go back to bed. It's all right, Priscilla. It's just Corvus." And you hear the door close, and your uncle will kind of eye level with you. "So it's magic, huh?"
Yeah. There was Faye involved.
Look, I don't think you're going to be able to explain to me how any of this shenanigan works, but you're going to be okay,
Not sure
all right?
I'm going to be able to explain it exactly to myself. Oh my boss. Where the hell are the rest of my... I wasn't alone. But did anybody else arrive here?
No, I looked around downstairs just in case you'd stumbled in through a window and were forgetting it, but all the windows are closed, the doors are closed, they're locked even.
Why am I here?
He picks some glass out of your hair. We'll figure this all out.
As a mage, am I familiar with how it feels to be in an illusion?
Yeah, of course. It's one of the things that war wizards are trained on, which is recognizing illusions without the need for dispelling magic. It's incredibly hard. It's almost impossible, but it is possible, which is why you guys train in it.
I'll attempt to disbelieve this illusion.
Sure. Make an intelligence check.
Just raw intelligence?
Yep, raw intelligence.
Well, it's gonna have disadvantage because I'm very exhausted.
Yep.
Oh, but I rolled
With
well.
a 22, you can determine that this is real.
Okay.
Your uncle continues to pick glass shards out of your hair, and he says, "Do you want some pipe weed?"
I think I might just fall asleep.
What's wrong with that? I have a palfrey out in the stables. Tomorrow morning we can get you on that, headed towards Nauseus.
I'll have to send a... Yeah, headed towards Nauseous. Probably the
You're not
best.
going to get a message out this late at night. It's almost midnight.
Hey, is it?
What day is it?
Yes, I'm wondering if any time passed.
It's about mid-October. I think it's the 7th. Well, no, it'd be the 18th.
Does that line up with what I
It's
remember?
one day after, when you guys entered the depths of Ostatic.
Okay, so...
But it's also midnight, so, it turned the 18th like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. And I'll make sure, just to make sure, that the year is the same I'm aware of, right?
What year do you think? How hard? Are you alright? Are you sure this is magic and not head trauma?
The Fey realm, time passes different than
Son,
here.
Look at me. Do I look like I've aged 500 years?
No.
Yeah, and you haven't either. So unless both of us are in this weird Fey whatever, then I think we're fine. Now, if you're saying it's some teleport whatever magic, I'm sure we can get you to Nauseous and you can sort this out. But for now, smoke your pipe. I'll go make you some milk and cookies.
So wholesome.
That is very wholesome, yes. Thank you.
He pats you on the shoulder, and he goes to get you a pipe, but then he sees you, get one out from your pockets, and He'll go downstairs. He comes back a little bit later. His wife must have made the cookies the previous night, but not finished them all because you don't just have these sitting in your, pantry. And he'll hand a plate of 2 cookies, one with a bite in it, and then a cup of pretty cold milk. And he'll say, "Enjoy it. That's from one of those, God, at an auction." And he starts to tell you this long, very rambling story about how there's an artificer from the Delian League who sells very small refrigeration units that can refrigerate literally one thing for 1 week. And he bought this at an insane price because he thinks it's a cool little trinket to show off to his fellow bureaucrats. And you're not sure when.
Do they like stop working entirely after 1 week?
Yeah, they stop working entirely.
Okay, so that's like a temporary infusion.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And he's
As
bragging about the
an
milk.
artificer and like a magic item, I'll pat on like the side of my belt
Mhm.
where I had the vorpal sword hanging. Is
Yeah.
it still there?
It is. It is still there, yeah.
That's okay.
And he finishes that up and looks over at you.
All right, well, you got some milk in you, you got some tobacco in you, and you got some cookies in you. I'm exhausted, and I have work in, I reckon, about 5 hours. So, do you need anything else from me? Can you get into that guest bed?
I'll unclasp the sword from my belt and I'll hold it. I'll say, "This sword seemed to be, last time I checked, an incredibly powerful magic item.
Ah,
And I don't think anybody knows yet that I have it. And I don't think anybody would be surprised if I lost something by being teleported across the realm, so
He chuckles
leave
and
it
he doesn't
here.
need you to finish it off. He'll grab the handle of the sword and take a look at it.
I'll put it in the lead chest in the basement. I'll keep it in quarantine until you come and, well, let me know that it's alright to take it out.
yeah, be careful with it. It might have some shenanigans on it. I'm not
Well,
exactly
it's gonna be
sure.
sitting in the basement until you come tell me it's alright to touch.
Okay.
Anyways, sleep.
Thank you.
And he'll head downstairs. You can hear the sound of him creaking down first the set of stairs to the first floor, then down into the basement. You've explained to him, he doesn't know much about magic. He does know a lot about how divination magic works, because if you're going to run a spy ring, you need to know that shit. You have drilled through him, basically like a master's level education in divination magic. So he will know to put it in a lead box with silver lining along it and literally never open it unless he knows for a fact that he's not being scryed on. And you've explained methods of detecting invisible sensors and things like that. So you go to your bed, the guest bed. You ease down into it, and before your head has even touched the pillow, you begin to feel like you're falling backwards. And for a brief moment, you're like, oh, I'm falling asleep. And then the vision around you fades, and you feel the sickening nausea of teleportation. And, Primius,
Yeah.
a moment before, you were laying... Actually, before we get to Primius, a small thing. When a droplet falls onto the surface of a placid lake, it sends out a shockwave. The area around is disrupted as ripples flow out from that central point. But eventually, the ripples return to the center of where the drop originally struck and smash against one another. They strike the point of impact, but soon, placidity returns to the surface of the lake. And Primius, you cough. It takes a moment to orient yourself. You blink twice. It's dark, and your body is in agony. You think you're on the cot, like you're roughly laying down. Then you realize there's something on top of your arm, and you kind of move it a little bit, and your head is pounding, and a couple moments, it takes like several long moments of like, what the fuck? And then you realize you are on your back at a 45-degree angle. There is a large stone on your right arm. You are in pain, and you are not where you were previously, and your face is dark because there's plant matter on it. Yeah, you spit it out, you move your head, and you can see now, as you get that stuff out of the way, sunlight is beaming into your eyes. It's like 8 a.m. directly into your eyeballs. And your arm is still trapped under the rubble. A large, looks like a stone block And the rest of you can move pretty freely. You are in the ruins of some structure. About 5 feet away from you is a large fault line that is like 6 feet high, as if an earthquake struck wherever you're located.
I'll look around. Is there anyone around me? Are the
Yeah,
others
roll
there?
me a perception check.
Oh, okay. Perception. There we are. Haha!
Yeah, there's no people around you, but you do actually recognize where you are. It's a very obscure spot. You didn't actually go here, but you are in a ruined tower in Ostatic. But this city looks, well, was and looks like it was struck by a horrific earthquake. There's like collapsed buildings and all sorts of, like, everything that you previously saw is now ruined, whether by collapse or whatever else. And yeah, there's no people at the moment that you can see.
All right. Well.
And to be clear, when I say Ostatic, I mean the current year. This isn't any weird time travel shit.
Yeah.
Just clarifying.
I got it. Well, shit. I don't have any spells that can get this rock off of me. How big is it?
Luckily for you, not big enough to like kill you. It's about 10 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you need your other arm to like help get it off, but you're not like trapped here.
Yeah, I'll shove it off.
Yeah. This doesn't take a strength check. You do it. It scrapes your arm. You take another 1 slashing damage.
God damn it, Alex! I can't do much more of that.
Oh, I know. And you can finally get up on your own 2 feet, and you can survey Ostatic. Prometheus has never actually witnessed an earthquake. They're not all that common in Valoros. There's really only like 2 regions where they do happen a lot, those being Hathon and Galadrim, but that's not Mithdosica, as you may have noticed. So you haven't really seen a city in the aftermath of an earthquake, and you've definitely never seen a city in the aftermath of this earthquake. This city is broken. What you guys saw was a ruined city. This is not that. This is a broken city. No life could ever live here. There are now like separate terraces, plateaus, scattered across the face of what was once this city, where massive fault lines have appeared and the earth has fissured and rended open. It looks as if God just punched Ostatic.
Huh. Terrifying.
And you're in the upper part of the city. Do you remember where you fought the Jabberwock? That's all right.
Vaguely.
You're in the upper part of the city near the castle, like the place where you fought the Jabberwock.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm gonna do a quick prayer of healing.
Yeah.
Before I head out.
That seems smart. You were really fucking injured. If there's like a pixie, you'd be dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You spend 10 minutes incanting a prayer to Aurelian Soul. Little else changes in the city. Which, to be completely honest, is concerning because last time you were here, before you delved into the depths, this city was crawling with Fey life. You would have expected to see a Displacer Beast by now. But no, 10 minutes pass and there is basically no noise.
Well, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, you don't want to fight a Displacer Beast at 13.
Not particularly, no.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Can I think I'm gonna summon a Find Steed.
So you do already have one summoned that's outside of the city.
Oh, okay.
You intentionally did this before descending. I believe it's in the bazaar, if I recall correctly.
And what's the vertical difference now between me and the bazaar?
Well, honestly, not that much. So you're in a tower, so there's about a 10-foot drop. Then there's a 6-foot like rended thing, and then another. Overall, it's like maybe a 20-foot average difference, but that's going to vary quite a bit because there's lots of peaks and valleys and fissures now running through the city.
Could a horse navigate this very well?
I guess probably. I mean, this is a magical horse. It can know smart enough to know what gaps it can jump. It could probably get to the base of the tower, but it obviously couldn't, ascend it.
Yeah, could I get out of the city on it?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Okay, I'll wander off to what's left of the bazaar.
Okay, yeah, you begin your journey to the bazaar, which means first you have to climb down from this tower, which, considering how fucked up your body is no easy feat. It takes a while. It's like slow, plodding work. And as you reach the base of the tower, you pause because something hisses at you. Not like a snake, but like it sounds feline-ish, maybe even insectoid. And you see in the shadow of the tower, so you were up at the top of it, so you couldn't really see directly to the base, and this is where you are now because you've climbed down. You see a shock of red hair, covered with a lot of dirt and like like half of Grania's face, because she's like mostly buried under like loose dirt, and curled up and sitting on her chest is an insectoid creature which is looking at you and hissing.
Oh, Jesus. I imagine it looks quite unfriendly.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to kill you. You can also see that Grania is quite injured. Her hair is like matted red with blood, and it's dried. Like, this is not a new injury. Like, this creature clearly didn't inflict this damage, but she is like not looking okay.
What, if anything, does Permeus know of Grania's little companion?
What a great question, and I wish that you would remember that, because I don't.
I thought back when we had that
I'm
other
not
thing taken over-
Permeus.
I know you are. It's not your fault.
I was under the impression back whenever
Wait,
we
you're
were
not?
in the city that got taken over by the Fae that was like coming through the portal.
You're right. We saw
everyone
it there.
saw-
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
the
everyone saw
barn
it.
fight where like Maximus and Permeus almost murdered each
Yeah.
other. Yeah. I remember
Okay,
this.
all right.
Yeah. Now you don't know what
Okay,
it's called, but you do recognize a fake creature sitting on her chest. Actually, maybe you would know what it's called. I don't know. Maybe you know its name.
Okay, so I do recognize it as
Something related to Grania.
Grania's Fae thing.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, okay, that's what I'm gonna go with. And I was focused on playing Maximus during that barn fight.
Yeah,
Permeus
That's totally
doesn't like
fair.
this thing. Permeus doesn't like this thing very much.
I don't know. Dota, help.
I don't know if they definitely don't like it, but disliking, I don't know.
I think he got over the homicidal part, because that's how you guys
Well,
got
yeah,
past that
yeah,
barn encounter. He's like, I'm not going to kill
That-
her.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I think he
is,
got past that, because otherwise I think there would have been a party fight.
Okay, all right. What's the range on what's the range on cure wounds? Is it touch? Fuck,
It is touch,
is.
indeed. And also, you're pretty close. You're like 8-10 feet away from this. This is like a rattlesnake, rattling its tail type beat.
Okay, all right. What languages do I speak? Fucking Jesus Christ!
I'm sure you speak common.
Such illiteracy from the most highborn of us. God. Yeah, I was just in common. Okay, you recognize me? I think I recognize you, hopefully.
The creature leans back, and you watch as its thorax, which I use the insect term because that's what it mostly looks like, begins to rattle, and it makes a singing noise.
Fuck, I can't understand you. How do I
It ceases
communicate?
its vibrations and looks at you and hisses.
God damn it. Wait a minute. Maybe it understands. Maybe it understands sign language, because Grania does. So maybe it does. So yeah, I'll sign. I'm here to help.
The creature looks at you. And it is the most human gesture you've ever seen a Fae do. It does like a shrug type beat. Like it fully like shrugs its little insectoid arms and just kind of takes a step back, but it's still looking at you, but it steps off her chest so that you can access her.
Okay. All right. That's good. I'll go up and cast a Cure Wounds.
Yeah. Yeah, roll it. Let's see how much you got her for.
12.
Okay. Grania.
Nope. 8. That's the Divine Smite, but
Yeah,
8.
it's 8.
Did I lose more health at some point?
You did not.
'Cause-
No, you were at 48.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Yeah, you heal an additional 8, and you wake up, and you were injured from the glass for sure, but not any more than I previously told you. You have the feeling of falling backwards, from the branches and waking up here, and you have no conception of what happened between then and now, if time has passed at all. But the fluttering one is next to you, and the second you wake up, you hear not his voice, but his thoughts and emotions, which are, "This dangerous motherfucker!" And you open your eyes and see Permeus like standing above you.
Okay. I think she's still out of it, but yeah, she'll like slowly open up her eyes and kind of like start looking around.
You okay, Grania?
She still look like she's just out of it, trying to get used to her surroundings.
All right, I'll give her a few seconds or so.
Yeah, you watch the fluttering one disappear completely.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Look around.
Nowhere to be seen.
Mm.
After a little bit, she'll sit up.
Yeah, the fluttering one
and-
crawls inside your hair, invisible.
Okay. I think she's gonna ask him first, and it's like, what happened?
I don't know. Something took us away. We're back here. And he sounds like he want. I mean, they don't cry. They don't have tear ducts, but he wants to. The human emotion of wanting to cry. He's very upset.
Yeah. I think she's gonna resonate with those feelings and probably start to tear up some.
Yeah. So, Primius, she sits upright and she starts tearing up.
Oh,
No.
Permeus is not.
Yeah, there's a
equipped
16-year-old girl crying in front of him now.
Any way, shape, or form to handle this situation. It's okay, Grania. We seem to be fine. It'll be okay. And I'll like awkwardly pat her on the back.
Yeah, you hear a hissing noise.
Jesus fuck, where is it?
She'll kind of somberly like look more downwards and just sign. I don't know if it'll ever be okay.
I don't know what happened to you, but
But I
I
did
was
understand it.
in Ostatic, or not in Ostatic, in Mythos, in the cathedral, and then I was here after whatever happened. Oh, speaking of which, where are the other 2? 3? 2. Probably 2. Yeah, I doubt we'll be seeing much of the other guy.
Yeah, the last image of Tiberius you saw was him sitting on a throne triumphant.
I think we'll be seeing him.
I don't think Granny really listen to what you're saying. I think she's just gonna put her knees up and kind of
Okay, well,
in a fetal position, almost just like
you just
sitting there.
stay here. I'm gonna try and find the other 2.
Well, speaking of the other 2, Zednius.
Yo,
Yeah, so you experienced the world's worst hangover. The best way to describe it is the world was shattering around you, and your response was cocoon, motherfucker. And whatever insane shit those 3 just went through, that is not your experience at all. You wake up, you're sitting in a chair. You know you just got teleported. You feel the nausea. You're very familiar with teleportation. You've gone to different planes. You've gone to demi-planes. You've died before. This is definitely a teleportation spell of some sort. And you're in the library of Ostatic.
am I gonna all hurl real quick because I'm nauseous?
Yeah, it's definitely a sick angle, but honestly, it's one of the most pleasant teleportations you've ever had.
Ah, okay. Then I'm just gonna dust myself off, look around.
Yeah, Pentagal's on your shoulder.
Well, that was interesting.
The only noise that vibrates from Pentagal is wise.
So we're in the library. Is there anything in this library, or
Yeah, so the
do
last
I
time
see
you were
any
here,
signs of?
this library had a malfiring arcane ward, and then inside you found a couple scrolls and stuff like that. The major change to the library now is that it looks like God punched it, to reuse a previous metaphor. The ceiling's caved in, the building's bisected by a fissure line. All windows of glass are shattered as if a shockwave shot out. Though there weren't many left, to be very clear, there are almost no left, but those have shattered inward. You also see little bits of glass on the ground around you, because as your little cocoon subsided, they left remnants of broken glass in a circle around you. You don't know what the fuck happened to Ostatic, but clearly time has passed because something like this doesn't happen in an instant. But it didn't affect you at all. You're fine.
All right, I'm gonna dust myself off and go for the exit.
Yeah. You walk into the central atrium, and there is about a 6-foot wide fissure between you and the exit.
6 foot, you say?
6 foot.
I don't know that I can jump 6 feet.
I don't know if you can.
I've got 13 strength. Is that
Mm.
what is
Echo.
that?
Google long
add
jump
up to?
rules.
Long jump rules.
Long jump
Yep.
rules.
Yeah, give me a sec.
While he's doing that, roll me a perception check, Zednius.
Okay. Perception. Ooh.
Okay. Yep, you're good. Don't worry about it.
If
What about
everybody is-
Hagal's perception?
You can roll perception for him as well. He'd be actively perceiving.
I don't have a sheet. I'm just gonna roll it for me and then
Okay,
look it
sounds
up in a
good.
second.
17.
So for long,
Oh, that's a persuasion, not perception. That'd be
Oops.
a 12. Okay. Anyways, Hecko, sorry. What's long jump rules?
long jump. So if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump, you can cover a number of feet equal to your strength score.
Oh, the score. Okay, yeah, you can jump that, Yogi.
So 13 total. Yeah, I'll jump it.
All right, you back up, you sprint forward, you leap and soar over the pit and land on the far side. You can just walk out the exit of the library. Do you do so?
Okay, I'll leave. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah, you exit the library, you look around. Ostatic is worse for wear. I don't know if you recall, there was that massive band of forest which went through the middle of the city that you guys were always trying to work your way around because there was, creatures in it. Every single one of these trees is flattened as if, I don't know if you're familiar with the Tunguska impact event, but a meteorite hit Earth and a massive shockwave shot out, which literally leveled every tree for, miles and miles. And it's very similar to that, as if a shockwave echoed out from the bowels of the Earth beneath Ostatic, and every tree has been uprooted and then flown backwards between 10 to 20 feet. The impact which struck this city would have definitely been lethal if you'd been here. You also see every structure that you guys once visited has severe damage to it. The walls are no longer coherent like defensive structures. There's these fissures and fault lines and totally like uneven and fucked up looking.
So it looks like just like a fucking tornado earthquake came through here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we weren't here for that, but I'm gonna make my way, what is it, east?
Okay. Yeah. So this is not, perception check is no longer needed for this, this next thing, which is, you're looking for movement. You're looking for anything that stands out in the devastation, and you can spot it. To your left, you catch movement out of the corner of your eye. Hetagal is the one that kind of initially alerts you to look over, and you spot the movement. You can see at the base of a tower, a lone figure wearing leather armor with two swords at his side and just like lacerated in 1,000 places. Primius is walking roughly in your direction, though he doesn't seem to spot you yet.
Oh, I'll run over towards him.
yeah, you sprint over, you leap over a couple caverns. He spots you when you're like 3 like fault line like fissures away. Primius, what's your first reaction to seeing Zednius? Is this real? What's happening? Are we real? Is this fake shit? What's going on, Etan?
Well, Grania seems real.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume Zednius is also real.
Okay. So when you spot him, you sprint in his hobble in his direction as well.
I will move slowly and painfully in his direction. Yeah.
Zednius looks totally untouched.
Why am I?
He like leaps across like 5 separate fissures and comes to rest beside you. He looks fine, actually, completely fine.
Why aren't you all fucked up?
I shielded myself right before the whatever happened there.
I see.
What exactly happened? I was completely shielded.
The whole world shattered. Reality and space and time became meaningless. Well, not time, actually. Time was still there. But, existence became meaningless. And then I woke up in the cathedral in Mythos. And then I talked to some people there, and then laid back down, and then got... did I recognize that I got teleported, Alex?
Yeah, you fell backwards.
Okay. And then I got teleported here. In that tower up there. I found Grania. She's right over here. She's okay physically, but
Oh,
I think she might be in shock of some kind.
I can see that sounds pretty extreme. Yeah, I just shielded myself and then appeared in the library. I didn't go anywhere like that.
That's crazy.
Where is Corvus here?
I haven't found him yet.
I'm guessing.
Too.
Oh, I already forgot his name. What was it? Tiberius? I'm guessing
you
we're
got
not
it.
going to find him.
No, I don't think so either. Oh, also, I saw Grania's companion thing.
Oh, yes. The Fey creature. Is it here?
Yeah, it's here somewhere. And it vanished, and then it hissed at me.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. We should look for Corvus and then make our way back to. Oh, fuck, where are we going? Just back west.
Back west, yeah, out of the
Back to
plains.
Mithdosica.
Back to civilization, away from this hell.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
All right. Do you guys return to Granny, or do you go in search of Corvus?
I'm gonna go. Wait, what's Grania look like? If I look over to her,
You actually can't see
She
her
look
because
fine,
there's
or
like
she's in
several
shock?
fissures and broken walls between you and her. Primius came from her direction, but like she's not within line of sight.
okay, I'll go to Grania, but I'll have Hegal take like an aerial scan looking for Corvus.
Yeah, you and Primius backtrack. And Grania, how would you have changed in like 10 minutes?
Probably not at all. She's probably still just like in fetal, looking into her knees, just like looking down where we can't see her face.
Yeah, you approach and you don't even see her at first, Zednius, because it's a really bright day and she's in the shadow of a tower, so she's in like this dark patch, and her hair is covered in dirt, which makes it a bit more brown. But you spot her when Primius points in her direction. You're like, oh, and yeah, I mean, like you said, she's physically mostly intact, but she's curled into a ball.
Okay, so by my estimation, Grania cannot travel, Primius cannot travel. We need to find Corvus, but it doesn't seem like we're going to really be making any progress today. We should probably camp.
Well, probably not today, no.
So I'll look around for any place. Since I know you said it for the other people, but we don't sense any Fae right now, so
Yeah.
I guess just start looking for a good spot to camp, and I assume Corvus will turn up.
Yeah, so with the aerial view, you can see that a couple things. One, the horse is still located in the bazaar, which is incredible because that bazaar is fucked. Half the bazaar fell into the underground. Like that undercity area that you guys, the first layer, that whole bazaar collapsed like into the about 10 feet into the earth. Another one of the places you guys went into, which is the scroll repository, not the library, a different place, it completely sunk into a sinkhole. So this city is like fucking Swiss cheese. There's holes in it that just into the earth. And luckily the horse avoided falling into one of those. But that also means there's only like 3 structures left in the city. There's the shrine that you guys slept at previously because you believed it may protect you from the Fae. There's the library you were in, which is borderline collapsing. And then there is the ruined castle because it was already so ruined that like there's not much else to fall apart.
Whatever looks like something's not going to fall on us is fine for me to set up camp.
That would definitely be the castle because it's borderline an open field at this point.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you begin to move over there, and as you do so, we will cut to Corvus. Corvus.
Yep.
After sitting down and falling backwards, you feel the telltale signs of teleportation. For the first teleportation, that, like the one that brought you to your home, well, your uncle's home, and I believe some Sedalia? I don't remember which city it is. Solaria? Something like that. That was such a weird teleportation spell that it didn't give you normal teleportation sickness. This one does, though. You feel nauseous as
Salernum,
shit.
by the way.
Salernum, thank you. And your eyes open after a couple of agonizing moments, and it's one of those things where your fight or flight response triggers before you actually register why. Like you feel yourself starting to stand up and your limbs like contracting, your body stops like getting ready for a fight. And it's because about 3 meters in front of you, splayed across the stone floor of this room you're in, there is a cat with antlers with its paws on your spellbook. It is currently reading it, using one of its paws to hold the page down that it's reading and the other one to flip over the next page as it reads through your spellbook.
I'm sorry, what's reading from my
A
spellbook?
cat with antlers.
What in the fuck? I assume I still have all the levels of exhaustions.
Yes, you have no additional damage, but all damage you previously sustained is still there.
Including exhaustion, which makes the damage relevant because my max HP is halved,
There you
which
go.
is more damage than the either way. I hold out my hand slowly to try to snatch it away.
So it's 3 meters in front of you, which means you need to move like quite a distance to get to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't just
In
reach
that
out your
case,
arm and
I'll
grab
get
that.
up.
Okay, the
Yeah,
second
okay,
you stand
I'll
up, the
get up
cat
and-
looks at you, and the two of you share less than a second stare. And in a move that is like so horrifying to you that it's hard to like really parse in the moment, it closes your spellbook, puts your spellbook into its mouth, and starts to run away.
I'm chasing it full speed, which is half speed because I'm exhausted.
Okay, roll me an acrobatics check, because this cat is fast as fuck, boy.
Natural 1 for 4.
Okay, yeah, you take 3 steps and you strongly overestimated the strength in your legs. You hit a very, like, you were so like laser focused on your spellbook, you didn't even notice the fault line. It was a small one, to be fair, but your foot hits it, you trip forward, your chin hits the ground, and you bite your tongue for 1 piercing damage.
Fuck!
And the cat is out of sight now, bounded around a corner.
Where am I?
You finally get the chance to look around, and you are in the library of Ostatic. You must be on the 2nd floor in one of the reading rooms that you guys didn't really explore very much.
How the hell did I get here?
God, that was such an unfortunate series of events for you.
Yeah, my spell book. Like, come on, that's the most important thing.
Wake up, cat is fondling your spellbook, take 2 steps, trip, bite your tongue.
Yeah,
Holy fuck.
that is just. I'm about to walk around the corner and there's gonna be like some fucking vine and I clothesline myself.
Yeah.
The library of Ostatic.
Yeah, it was the building that you went in.
What daytime is it?
It is early in the morning, like very early in the morning. The sun has fully risen, but bright and early. You can see that because there's holes in the roof that the light is shining down through. Honestly, as you look around this room and take into account, you know, the fallen blocks of stone and the fault lines and the fissures in the floor and the fact that, you know, an earthquake hit, it honestly, you feel lucky that, you know, you're not trapped under like a 200-pound rock or, you know, like that toppled over chair there, because you don't know if you have enough strength to move like a brick, much less something that was like on your body that weighed several hundred pounds.
Yeah, I'll try to make my way and somehow out of the building and towards like slowly but carefully surveying my surroundings
Okay.
to try and find the central plaza,
Yeah. Yeah. You stand up to
the
your
place
feet
where we had the horse.
and you walk out of this reading room out into a stone hallway. No sign of the cat, that little thieving rat bastard. And you vaguely remember the layout, but it does still take you poking your head through like 2 separate doorways before you find the massive atrium and then the large staircase leading down. There is a 6-foot fissure separating you from the exit of the library.
6-foot fissure.
6-foot fissure. And I don't believe in your current state you can jump that because it would have your long jump because of how exhausted you are.
Wait, actually, that would be if it halves my long jump, which would normally be 13 feet.
Yeah, you're right. That would give you a 7-foot long jump.
Oh, 6.5, yeah.
Yeah, there would be a check to see if you could catch yourself, but as long as you pass, it'll be fine.
Yeah, but if I don't, I'm fucked. So
You would plummet backward into a fissure where you can't see the bottom.
I was gonna say, okay. I guess I'll Does the fissure seem to get more narrow?
It does, yeah.
Anyway?
It gets narrow the deeper it goes, but not on the way you're
No, I mean
interested
like
in it.
on the
Yeah.
surface.
No.
Yes. Is there like? There isn't like maybe like a fallen over, ripped out of its hinges door or something I could try to use as a makeshift bridge.
Yeah, I mean, looking around this area, you don't find that. However, you could just, so you're on the, first floor right now, or I guess ground floor. You could just hop out one of the windows. It would mean you're not going through the main exit of the library. You'd have to drop like 4 feet, but that's not going to kill you. You could just hop out a window.
Yeah, that seems like a better option. I guess I'm going for that.
Okay. You got like a way to get rid of the broken glass and like the jagged window frame?
Wait. I look at my feet. Am I still wearing the same shoes I was wearing?
Should be. Wait, are
Well,
they
in that
magical?
case, yes.
You are not.
You took away my magic items.
No, I didn't take them away. A creature did. You know which creature.
My slippers
Wait,
are
that's a
spider
good point.
climbing.
Anything on your person that could feasibly be carried by a cat that is magical is gone.
That's like all my good items.
You
Well.
know who took it.
They're gone.
Helvete.
Don't delete them from your sheet. Just unequip them.
Yeah, I will.
Well, is there anything you have that the cat didn't yoink?
Well, I don't know. Did I yoink my crystal ball or my pearl because they're shiny?
I think a crystal ball may be a bit too big for a cat to take. I don't even know how it would do that. It doesn't have thumbs. So the crystal ball is fine. The pearl should also be fine because it's not inherently magical in its own right.
Yeah, but it's shiny and
That
it's a
doesn't matter.
stupid
The cat is... No. It's not stupid. You guys have met one of these before. They actually speak like language.
No, it's a stupid cat because
Oh.
it's a stupid cat stole my fucking book.
Okay, well, it only
So it's a
steals
stupid
magical
cat.
items, so you're pearl safe.
Well,
Your scrolls are not, though, if you had any of those. It loves scrolls.
I did not have
You're lucky
any
then. You're lucky.
left. I believe we distributed those a long time ago.
That's good.
I'm going to... Well, first I'm barefoot. So that's annoying. There's broken glass and like
Yeah.
shit everywhere, right?
Yep. You've been carefully stepping around it.
So I'll... Is there any curtains, anything I see around?
There are some rotting ones from a long time ago curled up in a corner, like, but they're mildewing and rotting.
How awfully rotting are they?
Well, only one way to find out. I mean, visually they look like they're like covered in mold, but
Never mind.
okay.
Just thinking of impromptu foot wraps.
Oh, I thought I didn't know what you were going to use it for. I see. That's funny.
Ooh.
I mean, you do remember that back in the library scroll repository, which is where you got all those scrolls in the first place, there was a couple boxes of papyrus. If it's not rotted enough, maybe you could use that as like, or like there's also vellum in there, like unwritten on vellum, which is just like animal hide. So better than nothing.
I think for now I'll have to... I'll pull out my bedroll
Okay.
and I'll
Oh yeah.
cut off 2 strips with my razor knife.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
It should be
solid
sharp
leather
enough
right
to
there.
cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which will make some impromptu foot wraps.
Okay. Yeah, you wrap your feet up in thin layers of leather to protect your feet from the broken glass.
And then I'll I guess before I wrap my second foot around, my second foot, I'll use it. I'll wrap it quickly around my hand, and I'll use that to make sure there's no more glass in the window frame, so I can go through it.
Alrighty. You clean out the window frame. You break off a last little bit of rotting wood. You push aside broken glass, and you look over the edge and see that you'll be landing in a small clutch of poison ivy, but nothing that'll kill you.
Why?
God.
If you go like
Wait.
3 windows over, you get a nice little stinging nettle bush.
You. I'm firebolting the poison ivy.
Based. Yeah, you firebolt the thing, and Zednius.
Nope.
As you are setting up camp in the ruins of the castle, at this point you've managed to get Grania in the crook of an archway so that she's protected from the sun, so she's not going to get a sunburn. You've had Primius like kind of curl up in a corner next to Grania to recover, and Hetagal pings you that he has spotted a smoke trail rising from the library, and he can see a burning bush.
How far is that?
That is where you came from, so it's less
From
than
me.
half a mile.
I guess I'll start walking back over there and then dimension door once I get close enough.
Alrighty. Well, Corvus, you set this bush on fire. It's going to take a little bit to burn enough that you can hop down without burning the shit out of your feet.
Yeah.
So you just hop on the windowsill and wait?
Yeah, I'll wait a bit,
Okay.
see if I can see the cat or any of my colleagues. I guess they could be somewhere nearby.
Okay, yeah. Sitting on the
Even
windowsill...
if you see the cat, I'm going to attempt to kill it.
Oh, I'm certain you would, but unfortunately you do not see it in the time that you wait. I'm just thinking of that mental image, dude. It's so funny. You're just taking 3 steps and face planting. It's so good. Okay, so you sit on the windowsill, you wait, and you see, coming from the direction of the ruined castle of Ostatic, you see Zednius. And when you see him, you know, fit as the day you at first met him and totally uninjured, how does it make you feel?
It makes my sour mood not even worse. Just like,
Yeah.
of course, he got fucking lucky.
Yeah, you see him skipping and hopping over fissures. Then he, you know, casts a spell and boom, he dimension doors right in front of you. He's completely fine. Not even a fucking dust on him. And Zednius, what you see of Corvus is his feet are bloodied and wrapped in leather strips. His hand is wrapped in a leather strip. He's missing his spellbook from his waist. He's shoeless. I mean, that's notable. Just the fact that he has leather things in the first place. His body is covered in lacerations from glass. His face, like just underneath his eye, there's a cut of glass, which could have blinded him if it was like half an inch higher. And he looks really pissed off.
Oh, there you are, Corvus. Good to see you. If he's close enough, I'll pet him on the shoulder.
Yeah.
The others are over this way. We're gonna set up camp. They don't look. I look them up and down again. They don't look any better than you do.
Have you seen a cat anywhere carrying a book?
No. I'm gonna turn my magic eyes on and look around, but I don't.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
I'll
within
see
30
anything.
feet of you, there is not a cat with a magical book.
Okay.
Did it? A cat? I'm gonna
Hey.
do the finger. How many fingers am I holding up?
I'll swat his hand away. It's, you know, the fake cat, the one that we opened the basement for? It's one of those. Stole my magic items, including my shoes.
Oh, I look down. He's barefoot.
Close enough.
Do you know which way it went?
I'll point in that direction, but that was like 15 minutes ago. Could be.
I'll just I'll ping Hegal to keep a lookout for the cat.
Do you want him to enter the library or just wait above the library in case the cat tries to
What
flee?
color was the cat?
The cat had a sort of gray dappled fur with lines of white.
So, okay, I'll just say it's like gray, white, something like that color.
Okay. Okay.
And
for sure.
antlers.
Antlers.
Fae, yeah. It's
Fae,
not really a
so-
cat. It's like some fake creature. I remember what they're called.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out.
Okay.
Do you have a list of everything it took?
It's a short list, but yeah, my spell book and my shoes.
Okay.
I have to ask, but what did he just wake up here and nothing else happened? What do you remember?
Tiberius was sitting on that throne, and the world started to shatter. Quickly shielded myself up, and then woke up here in the library. Premius said he was somewhere else. Were you somewhere else as well?
I was in Gotham Salernum, at my uncle's house. He helped me clean my wounds. I went to bed into the guest bed, and I woke up here, missing my shoes and my spell book. If I didn't know otherwise, I would have assumed I had a hell of a good time last night, getting insanely drunk. But I'm pretty sure that's not what happened.
Premius said it was real where he was. Was it also? I'm assuming you were really there then.
I'm very sure I was. I checked for illusion. As long as my training didn't fail me, I'm fairly sure I was actually there. And my stomach feels like it was teleportation magic. So, oh god, I just hope this doesn't happen every night now.
God,
I don't feel like waking up and yeah, that would be horrible.
Well, where to now? Are we hunting the cat, or are we regrouping to hunt the cat at a later date?
I would like to hunt the cat, but I don't have shoes and there's glass and debris everywhere.
Yeah. Okay, well. Live to
But
fight another day.
I don't know.
I'll walk you back to the camp if you'll go with me. Or I'll help you look for the cat. I can also do. I mean, I'm okay.
I think I would like to. I don't want to get in the way with my spellbook. Then.
Are you like how broken down does he look? Does he look as bad as Premius? Like one more gut punch and he's dead? Okay.
I'm hurt, but
so if we do run into the cat and it tries to fight us, he'll be able to not die absolutely instantly, assuming the cat.
I'm not
isn't
dying
some kind of
absolutely
crazy-
instantly.
Yeah.
All my spells on that book, so all I can cast are the cantrips. And also,
I think you have what you prepared. I think you still have what you prepared.
oh, is that how it is?
You do have what you prepared.
I
If you
misremember.
prepare any new spells, if you go
Oh,
to
okay.
rest, there's some rule about like basically if you don't get your spell back books, if you don't get your spell book back soon, I don't think you can like recover spell slots or something like that. It's really fucked up.
Yeah, and that okay. In that case, I'll say I have a few spells ready if things get dire. But and you'll probably notice I'm like slurring my words a little bit. I'm like intensely exhausted. I'm like every few like
okay.
every time I'm doing something, you notice I'm doing it slowly and I'm breathing very like there's a very intentional effort to me breathing so I don't like just collapse and fall asleep.
Okay. There's nothing I can do to help that, but I'll help you look for the cat.
Thanks.
Okay. Well,
So I'll have Hegal is doing an aerial scan, and then me and Corvus are looking around inside here.
yeah, so Hetagal will not yield much. His method of searching just isn't super helpful here, but the two of you, ground detective work. Both of you guys get investigation checks.
Not my
That's not
greatest
bad.
skill.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, I mean, Here's the thing. Zednius is not, this is not his most well-developed skill, and Corvus is pretty good at it, but he's fucking exhausted. So you guys are kind of, what is the word for this? Like, synergistic in this sense? Because Corvus can be like, yeah, so, I mean, we need to look for this thing, and, like, try to prevent himself from drowsing off, while Zednius can actually use his eyeballs and senses to perceive what Corvus is saying you should look for. And sure enough, you can begin to follow the signs of the cat, because luckily for you, you're not dealing with Master Thief, you're dealing with a cat. And so you can follow trails of consumed food. You also find, this is devastating for you, Heko. There is a bookmarker that you use for your spell book. It's a piece of leather strip that's connected to like the spine of it, and you put it into the page that you were last reading. You find that beautiful bookmark that you've had since you made your spellbook as a young apprentice, sitting on a rafter, discarded. The cat tore your bookmark off the binding and left it there, dismembering your beloved book.
I'll pick it up like a fallen comrade and carefully put it in my back in my pouch, hoping I can find somebody who can mend this for me when we're back in Nauseous.
Yeah, it's a well-worn
I swear
red leather
eternal
strip.
revenge for this cat. I don't have much on me, but I will gut this cat.
You continue down a corridor, and you're now up on the second floor in these reading rooms, and you see the clasp of your spellbook, a beautiful piece of silver inlay that you got commissioned with your first paycheck as a member of the Department of Magic. This clasp, too, has been discarded, as if the book was torn open.
Reminder, this book is like it's a really like, it's a +2 grimoire.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
it's your pride and joy.
It's the pride of my family.
Yeah, this is like finding dismembered parts of your child as you wander down the hallway. Yeah, and the beautiful silver clasp that you specifically commissioned for this book is sitting there, discarded in the hallway.
Same procedures first. I'm picking it up, and I'm white knuckle walking forward.
Yeah. Now, I need both of you to make a stealth check.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
That's a natural one. So, Zednius, you're leading the way. Not because you know where this cat is, but because Corvus can barely fucking walk. And you walk down a hall, and you glance into one of these reading rooms, and sitting atop a stone table that is largely intact is the cat. Its eyes are reading the spellbook. It's near the back of the book, and you can see that the cat book is covered in, sorry, the cat book. The spell book is covered in cat hair. The cat is wearing little boots on its feet. It's very cute, but, you know, evil from the perspective of Corvus. It has a necklace, which it did not have last time Corvus saw it. And it is currently reading the spell book. However, as you get to this corner and you're seeing this cat, Corvus stumbles behind, hits the wall, like tries to catch himself on the wall, and there's the loud sound of his hand slamming against an old sconce for a torch. So it's just hand against metal, metal against stone, and it makes this loud clanging noise, and the cat immediately begins to pack up the book and start to, you know, flee through a crack. But you do get the chance to cast one spell.
Oh gosh. How stable does the crack look?
The crack it's going through is a crack in the wall, and it's clearly gone through this crack before because it knows that its body can fit. Like, this is not a last minute thing. This is one of its ways of navigating the library.
Okay, but it's not like a bunch of rocks that if I shoot the rocks it'll collapse it. Okay. What?
Also, I think Corvus would have a mental breakdown if you got his grimoire trapped under a pile of rubble.
We could get it out, probably, maybe.
Oh, I'm sure, but I don't think that'd stop the mental breakdown.
I guess I just shoot Eldritch Blast at it. I don't know what else to do.
It has pretty high AC, so let's see how it goes.
Okay, but it'll also be pushing it, so hopefully against the wall. Miss?
Yep.
High?
Yep.
Low.
Corvus, you right yourself. Oh, fuck, this It's so sad. Corvus, you right yourself. You move over into the doorway and you watch as Zednius, because he got about a 3-second lead on you, casts his first Eldritch Blast. It smashes the wall, and you are nearly like a bite your nails seeing how close it got to your spellbook. Second one hits the cat square on, and its whole body gets immediately shoved through the crack in the wall. And then the third spell hits the wall, missing, the target completely. So the cat's out of sight now, shoved through the crack by the repelling blast.
Punched it through the crack.
Yep.
Oh
How
no.
far is the cat? Like, how far was this?
This was like 5 feet away. These reading rooms are pretty small.
And do I know what's on the other side of the wall?
Probably another reading room. You don't actually know, though. You're just guessing.
Can I see through the crack?
Yeah, so there's no light in that room, which itself is kind of a clue that if it is a reading room, it's like an enclosed one, or maybe like a secret chamber. So you can't actually see what's on the other side of the crack. It's like black.
I'm gonna cast light on the. Honestly, I'll just pick up like a pebble.
Yeah,
Cast
plenty
light on
around
it,
here.
and then try to chuck it through the crack.
Yeah, you go to chuck it into the crack, and just as it's about, like, it's flying through the air, it's about to go into this little opening, and a little paw comes out and bats it, and it flies back in your direction.
Touche. Did I happen to get a glimpse of what the other side of the crack looks like?
Like, just as
Into
the
the
paw
room?
was hitting it, you saw that is definitely a secret room, similar to where the first Caligrunt you met found a little archmage's office. This is probably some sort of
that's
like
what they're called.
little cul-de-sac or something like that. Or that's not the word.
Okay.
It's a thing where you sit inside of an office and you have your own little space. It's not called a cul-de-sac. There's a different word for it. It starts with a C. I'm gonna lose my mind. What's it called?
I can't think of it.
Oh my god. Office jobs. C. It's a space. Cubicle. There we go. Holy, we got there.
Oh my god.
Wizard
that's what
cubicle.
you're going for.
Anyways.
It's about something more complicated than that.
No, it was way something.
Okay, I'm gonna. Did it manage to grab my book?
Yes, with its
Or was
mouth.
it still on the desk?
No. Your book and your boots and a necklace are all inside of that little cubicle with a crack as its only entrance on a cat.
I'll say into the crack. Come out now, and I'm not going to punish you as much as you deserve.
What language?
Common.
The response comes out haltingly. Rubbish! You're rubbish!
You stole my stuff!
Poop! Feces! Shit!
Fuck you.
Excrement!
I'll say it.
This cat
I'm
does
gonna
not know
dimension
common.
door into this room.
Okay, yes, you can dimension door. Do you
I
want
was
to
gonna misty
now?
step, but since I can't see, I'll tell Zednius. Right, I'm gonna dimension door in there.
Now, are you whispering or
I'll
saying this
tell
out
Do you
him.
loud?
want me to come? Are you gonna bring me?
I'm saying this in Mythos.
Okay.
So that he doesn't understand.
And before the
hopefully.
cat's actually fluent in Mythos but can't speak common.
I will be seething and coping.
You're right. you will be.
You could hold this crack here, and I try to go in. So then we hopefully have it from both sides, assuming there's no third. I'm grasping at straws here. Look. Do you have a better idea? I'm open to any suggestions, honestly.
I don't know how big it is in there. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Sounds fine to me. I'll wait at the crack.
Okay. At the crack of dawn.
Jesus Christ, the sleep deprivation.
Yes. I'm going to dimension door to the other side, into the room, approximately where I would guess would be behind the cat.
Sure. You dimension door in.
On
It's
this.
pitch black.
I have the light pebble.
Okay. In your hand, you hold forth the light pebble. And this room, like the previous wizard cubicle you were in, is a very narrow thing. There's a little writing desk in the corner, rotted away into nothing. There's a little chair, rotted away into nothing. Because unlike the other cubicle, which was fully seized, the elements have gotten access to this place. And the cat was on a little stone shelf, like right next to the crack. So it had a little like aerial view. So if you'd like stuck your hand in or your head in, it could have gotten at you from above. And it just looks over at you. And the look, I mean, for sure, it's scared, but it's just like shocked at what is happening. And you can see your book is in its mouth, your boots are on its feet, and someone's necklace is around its neck.
I'm gonna quickly glance around the room. Is there any other potential ways for it to escape?
No, but we are gonna roll into initiative. Just for who act first, not necessarily for combat, because it's gonna try to do it, but it needs to know if it can go first. Your initiative roll is a disadvantage, I think, right?
I believe it's a skill check, so...
Yep.
Okay.
You go at 13. So the cat, it bonus action, Misty Steps. So,
Helvete!
do you watch as the cat?
Can he counterspell?
He can. If he has it prepared.
Oh, I can. I have it prepared.
Okay,
And
the
I'm
cat...
gonna have to upcast it to 4th level.
So the motion that the cat does, it drops your book out of its mouth. Its tongue starts to move to incant a spell, which is an insane thing to see in the first place. And then you counterspell it, and then it just looks at you, and that is the end of its turn. Your turn. Your book is now not in its mouth. Your book is tumbling out of the air down onto the stone floor.
I'm moving forward, and I'm gonna grab the book.
Okay, free item interaction. Book is in your hand. You see that the cat bit it to hold it, and so there's like cat saliva on your book and bite marks.
Magic missiling the cat.
Holy shit.
And I'm gonna...
So it already took 9 damage from Zenius
fourth
blasting
level.
its ass. And you're doing a 4th level magic missile. Alright, just tell me the total damage.
So that's 3 plus another 3. So that's 64 plus 6.
Yeah. Okay.
20 damage.
You kill a cat. You did like 7 different missiles fucking just pierce its side and then its face. The cat is just like this perforated mess of blood by the time your magic missiles are done. And your boots are on its bloodied feet and your necklace is around its bloodied neck. Someone's necklace, not yours. Yeah.
Mine now, yoink.
Yoink.
Now we'll find out who it belongs to, if anybody.
They are, so the necklace has silvery beads.
I'll add a silvery beaded necklace to my sheet.
And then you can re-add your boots in your spellbook. Your spellbook is not mechanically impacted, but you should probably mark somewhere that it has been tarnished and needs a leather worker to restore it to its former glory.
Spellbook in brackets disgraced.
That works.
And then my slippers of spider climbing, I'll put them on slowly.
Yeah. They resize to your feet.
And
they were very cute as cat booties, but that was not their purpose in life.
And
how do you exit this room?
Oh, that's not a problem.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna first look around.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in this room that might be of interest before I leave?
So, I mean, using
Just
the
in
previous
case.
room in a different building as reference, you look for, spell books, you look for magical items, you look for scroll repository. But this room, due to the exposure to the elements, has destroyed anything which would have once been valuable in here. It is just filled with mildew and rot, and it kind of smells like foot fungus.
Oh. I hope I didn't catch any of that.
Well, I mean, Corvus wouldn't know anything about this, but you have lots of experience with mushrooms.
Do I?
Yeah. You're Severus.
Oh dear. Right. Right. The Pebble of Light.
Mm-hmm.
First, I'm gonna just gonna chuck the cat in a corner with like I imagine it's like some mildewy curtain, some like
that's pretty
half
accurate.
rotten empty scroll case, and like a leg, like a chair leg or something, half broken off and half rotten,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just gonna set fire to it.
Okay, you toss it into the corner, you set fire, smoke begins to fill the room, and what little air movement is happening starts to exit from the crack that leads into the room.
And like as soon as I set fire to it, I'm immediately walking to the crack,
Yeah.
holding the pebble as far into the crack as I can so I can see through it, and then Misty stepping to the other side.
Alrighty, well, Zednius, this is the series of noises that you hear. You hear voomp as Dimension Doors cast, you hear a cat screaming in agony, and then you hear a little fire starting, and then Corvus appears beside you in a puff of mist. You made it.
Yeah, I'm now wearing shoes and
He has his book.
Yep.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
muted.
and I also have a new necklace around my neck.
Oh, I'm gonna magic check that necklace.
It's magic.
Actually, on second thought, I'm not gonna have it on around my neck. I'll probably like have it on me somewhere, but I don't think I'll wear it just in case it's like detrimental or cursed or something.
Or curse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neck of testicular portion, quite a known to be cursed item.
No. And the cat couldn't feel it.
Oh,
was
it
bad,
also
it's-
had
it slipped
a,
off.
It's been spayed or neutered. Fuck.
No. That was one of my decoy balls. I
It's a
swear.
necklace of ovarian torsion, and the cat was spayed.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm assuming even if he has it in a pocket, I can see that he has a necklace with the
Yeah, I
because
think
he
he
doesn't
said
have
he
like
Oh,
was
a
holding it
lead.
in his hand. So yeah, next to
Yeah,
Okay,
like,
okay.
I'm not hiding
yeah,
it.
named
Oh,
next to
okay.
his main
We'll
book
have
is
to-
necklaces.
We'll have to identify that back at camp. I'll show you the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Glad that's over with.
you guys.
I'm like, now that I have like the purpose of getting my book, I'm like even more deflated. I'm just like slumped, trying to get. I'm gonna get back to camp, and I'm gonna sleep in my half cat up bedroll,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna feel good about having killed the cat.
you know, some big bad, some DMs will struggle to make a big bad evil guy engaging for the players. Little did they know, they just need to make a cat that steals wizard's magical items, and that's truly the most evil of creatures. Yeah, you guys head back to your camp together. You walk through the muggy heat of Ostatic, through, half-high grass, through, 32 degrees Celsius weather. It's not very humid though, nice and temperate. And you guys get back to the camp. Grania and Primius remain unchanged. Primius has taken a nap. And Grania is in a fetal position. So,
Oh. Hello there.
So
I found Corvus.
I can see that.
Yogi, I know this
Oh.
isn't what it is, but your microphone sounds like there's a rock tumbler going on in the background.
Oh.
I was thinking of more like water boiling.
Oh, I could see that. Well, yeah, it reminds me of the sound like when jewelers make like really nice stones for like rings and stuff. They put them in these tiny little rock tumblers to like smooth out all the facets, and they have like increasing grit of rock tumbler.
Can't say I've experienced that sound in my life.
I watch.
You must live a very bougie
Well,
life.
no,
if
they're like
jewelers don't
50-minute
all the time.
ASMR videos on YouTube.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Anyways, yes, they approach Primius. Corvus looks worse for wear. In fact, Primius, I think Corvus is the most damaged other than you, so you have a somewhat kindred spirit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit down. Is there fire?
I don't think anyone has had the energy to build one, since you only have the mute Grania and the tired Primius.
I'm. Well, the mute granny. You say like she always. Like she wasn't
I
always
meant
like
mute
this is
in
a new
behavior, but I
affliction.
guess you're right. She can't talk anyway, so that doesn't mean much in this context.
Would have been crazy if it was the speaking granny.
Yeah, true. So depressed, she learns how to talk.
Do not make me think back of the season finale of The Boys.
I haven't seen it.
So true. I know what he's talking about.
It was awful.
So what now?
Hey, we make a fire,
Bed.
All right, you make a
and
fire.
then yeah, get ready for bed.
Zenius, you basically do all the work. Level 4 exhaustion is like actually not that far away from dying. Like it's 2 levels of
I
exhaustion.
think it's 2
from
levels.
death. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like he's so tired that if he were significantly more tired, he would die. So Heckel falls asleep immediately. Premius,
I do, holy.
yeah, I know, it's so powerful. Echo is now asleep.
The roleplay. Okay, see you later.
Corvus falls asleep. Premius falls asleep. Granny is your only companion, and she is dead silent. Once again, not surprising, but still her behavior, you know, she can sign to whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Anyways, yeah, Zednius.
She's not on her knees anymore. We made a fire, right?
Zednius is in the
Oh, is she
process of doing
conscious?
that,
I
yeah.
kind of assumed she was.
No, she is conscious. Yeah.
She's probably like got big bags under her eyes from how she's been the whole day, and she's probably just like staring at where the fire will be.
Yeah, it's just you and Zednius that are awake, Grania. The fluttering one has not moved. He's been, again, they can't cry because he doesn't have tear ducts, but this is the most sad. He is sadder now than when you guys first left. This is the saddest he's probably ever been in the time that you've been
what
emotionally
happened?
connected to him.
Why is the fluttering one so sad?
Yeah, I'm
Because
asking.
basically the entire goal we've been trying to get to the entire time was given right in front of us, and then you went away again.
Oh my god, you got taunted. That's awful.
Yeah, so the two of you sit next to the fire. Him in your hair, you just sitting there. Zednius, do you have any rations, Zednius?
No.
Does anyone have any rations?
Left them on the horse way
Wanna check
far
my
away.
sheet?
I think the horse should.
It definitely does, but Permeus is asleep and it's, you know, mentally commanded.
I'm distinctly out of rations now.
Permeus, do you have any rations?
What a good question. 12.
Your body
rations.
is looted while you slumber.
Nope, on horse. On horse.
Oh, on horse. Okay. Well, Zednius, your options are forage
should
or
have
wake
eaten the
Permeus
cat.
up from a very needed sleep.
I know where the horse is.
That's
I
true.
can just go to the horse.
Okay. Yeah, you begin the journey, and you pass by the obliterated forested area. You head to the, you know, pummeled, bizarre, you know, trading ground, and there's a horse there, and it looks at you, and you look at it, and, you know, it's this weird moment where you're like, that's not a horse. That is a spirit formed into the shape of a horse, but it's looking at me. It's neighing. I'm looking at it. I'm treating it like a horse. It's just a weird thing, you know, that you both agree that it's a horse, even though it's not a horse. It's weird if you think about it.
Yeah, and then I'll just tell the horse we need food to feed your owner and the rest of us.
Yeah, it just blinks.
And then I'll walk towards the pack, and hopefully it lets me.
There is a
take
new
food out of
item
this.
on the horse. Now, to be fair, I'm not going to claim that you're very familiar with what was on the horse, because that doesn't make much sense, but I think very notably, it has saddlebags, and it's actually covered with, like, dust, because there was a big impact in this city. And unlike all of you, free riders, who didn't have to experience the cataclysm which struck this city, this horse did, and this fucking horse survived, okay? This horse survived, like, the wrath of God on this city. So it's covered in dust. It's not feeling... If it were a living horse, it'd probably
He's
be
him.
in agony. But it's not. And on its back, not covered in dust, perfectly clean, is a green cloak folded up, tied with rough spun rope.
A what cloak? A
Green cloak, yeah.
Not unlike the
Is it
Blue Rider's
magical?
cloak.
It is magical.
Oh,
Does it
I'm
look
gonna
like the
try and
Green
take
Rider
that.
Take in what sense? Like untie it from the back of the
Where
horse
is the
and put it
cloak?
on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do that.
Well, not put it on my back.
Oh,
Put it
okay.
in my bag.
You put it in your bag.
Field place.
But also grab the rations.
Yep, do that.
Actually, since I'm here, I might as well magic check the horse with my eyes. I know that it has the tons of swords on it.
Yeah, you should ask Ethan. I have no idea.
Armory.
First armory, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't controlling Permeus for most of that,
It's
or
true.
any of that.
Yeah.
Surely it's recorded on his sheet.
And
No, less.
Surely it's
mean,
written down on his
on-
sheet.
on Maximus's sheet, I have a little thing with all like my
Check
character
his main
things.
inventory. Maybe he has like something parentheses horse.
Rations on horse.
Oh my god.
I guess it's just rations in the
I guess
armory.
it's just rations in the armory. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Might be right.
There's nothing else.
Cool.
All right, I'll take all 12 rations.
Okay. You walk back. By the time you get back, it's like 1 or 2 p.m. You're sweating hard. You've soaked through your beautiful fine clothes. You sit down.
I would anytime I start getting like sweat on the clothes, I would press the digitator off. I don't
He's
want any stains
sweating like
sitting
a
in
pig,
there.
but perfectly clean and like fresh clothes. Yeah, that's basic. You sit down next to Grania, and you cook up a little something, some beans. That's about it. And you put a portion of rations, so -4, in front of each of the people. Eventually, they'll wake up and eat theirs. And Grania, while you don't have to say anything, but you do notice that. Oh no, Zednius put it in his bag. Never mind. Anyways, you disperse the food, Zednius, and you're the only one that's up and about. Is there anything else you'd like to do before you pass the day by?
I would like to ask Hagal when he thinks we could make our move. I don't know if we can do it right now.
Regards
To going to that location
Oh.
he found. I think we
What?
might have to wait until there's a dead period of the
Yeah.
missions.
Man, how would you even convey this? The things you do to poor Hagal.
Well, I don't think he has to do. He doesn't have to do one word right now. 'cause
No,
we're so
yeah, he
close,
could
right?
send you like a mental image of what he's basically. Yeah, he agrees. He thinks you should wait.
Okay. Then I guess just wait. I mean,
Sure.
I'm alive. I'm feeling good. I know where I need to go next after this. After we get a break,
Yeah. Based.
I'm putting my feet up, stretching my arms back. Oh, life's good.
Life is good. Your compatriots will never be the same. So you guys all sleep, and I think that. Let me think of the timeline here. So it was at about 5 p.m. that day. So Primius is still asleep. Corvus is still asleep. Primius, you are woken up because someone casts a sending spell on you. So you're mid-dream, you hear a voice in your head which wakes you up, and then you get the 25-word message. Are you ready? Okay, the message is...
Yes.
Primius, Cosius, Perusian, Verusian.
Okay,
Are
then.
you all right? You disappeared from the capital, from Archimandrite.
Okay. All right. And does sending allow me to send something back?
25 words.
Okay. I am concocting the message now.
Now, just to be clear, one minor thing, in case there was any concern that this was like all dream sequences, none of that was real. This is a pretty hard confirmation that that was definitely real.
Yeah. One would assume.
Yeah. Guy with 20 names only gets a 5-word message. So true. You know what's funny? While Ethan's concocting his response, this does remind me of one of the Enigma machine things where one of the ways that they cracked the Enigma machine was that the Nazis would always say Hail Hitler in their messages, like at the start. And so, like, when they were making their ciphers, they're like, oh, these guys are fucking dumb. They're just putting this thing at the start of every message so we can use this to test our, like, deciphering techniques. And I don't remember how much, like, time it saved them, but it saved them quite a bit of time when trying to decipher Nazi codes in World War II.
Because wasn't it that? And the fact that the word weather would always be in the weather reports.
Yeah, there is that one too. So what's your message?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Did you feel the need to fill the next 10 words?
I was just wondering how many there was. I do have something.
Oh, you have
I
25.
have one of the things. Yeah, where are we? Nauseous, right? Nauseous is where the guy that's in charge of us is.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Here is my message. Was teleported to a static and with 3 other members of party. All are not dead. Will return to Nasius.
So, to be clear, the person who's sending you this message is the religious official who was wondering where you teleported off to. Is that still the reply you'd like to give?
What would...
Basically, just the person head of the church that you teleport to. That's it.
I'm just saying, he doesn't even know that you're like a judge. He doesn't know you're on assignment. He doesn't know what the fuck a static is. He doesn't know any of this shit. He just knows there's a member of the Imperial family in his church who needed medical assistance, and then he left.
I thought you said the Archimandrite sent me that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Autarch and Archimandrite are different things.
Oh.
Yeah, Archimandrite is a
okay.
religious leader. Autarch is political leader.
I see. All right. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, my bad.
The message does not need to include most of that info.
Okay. It would be funny to include it anyways, but... So the response is, I'm fine.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
I'm okay. Yeah.
You tell them you're okay.
Something along.
They won't worry about it anymore. They're not liable for you dying. Yeah, cool. Get some sleep.
Okay.
The next day of rest is fitful for Zednius because these motherfuckers just keep sleeping. Like, they just keep sleeping. Grania sleeps for like 12 hours. Corvus sleeps for like fucking 16 hours. Primius, that motherfucker does not wake up until you wake him up. So, you have a lot of dead time over the next day. So everyone gets a short rest, so that's reduced 1 exhaustion for those who have it. Would you like to do anything with it, Yogi?
With what specifically? Sorry?
You have a full day as your allies take a short rest.
Oh,
Yeah.
of the day.
Of the day.
Uh, and they're all resting? They're doing like a whole rest because they're
They're
tired?
doing a whole short rest, not a long rest.
Okay, but they'll be indisposed for what, like 8 hours?
A day.
A day? Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Warlocks only get their level 6 spell back on long rest, right?
That is Mystic Arcanum.
Correct.
Yeah, that's long rest.
Long rest. Okay, just making sure I'm getting it right.
I will go exploring. I will test out the cloak while I'm exploring, since I'll be on my own.
Indeed.
And then return back after I've done that.
Yeah, so there is only one feature of the cloak that you're able to derive without more advanced methods such as identifying. When you turn it inside out, it functions as a cloak of invisibility.
Mm. Okay. Okay, that's cool. That could be useful. Hegal doesn't know anything about this cloak because it's Fey touched Fey stuff. Wacky Fey.
Actually, no, it's not Fey.
Oh.
No, it's made by the elves.
Oh.
Hey,
Holy
adjacent.
cow.
And this is determinable by Hegal. I mean, he can't tell you its features, but he'll let you know that, like, he witnessed their, fabrics? What the fuck? Tailoring, there we go, Jesus Christ. He witnessed their tailoring, he witnessed their style. This is an elven cloak, straight up. He hadn't
Really?
noticed when you guys were looking at it before, because, like, you never actually saw the full Green Rider's cloak, like, in profile before.
We
All
just
you
saw the
was-
scrap.
Yeah, scraps and, like, other people describing it, but now that he sees, like, the cloak in your hands, well, one, it's obviously Green Rider's cloak, and two, it's an elven cloak, 100%, straight up. They made this 4,000 years ago. You just-
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. My whole brain power is dedicated to trying to get to that tomb, but I can't do that for a while. So I
Yeah.
tested out the cloak. Now I'm just being chilling, seeing if
Do you
there's
have an
any
idea
magic
how to
items
figure
we
out
missed.
if it has other features?
Is there any?
I think the invisibility part's pretty easy to figure it out because you just turn it inside out and boom, you just disappear from sight. Hegal can tell you that.
I'll have Hegal. I'll wear it, and I'll see if I'll have Hegal swing a tentacle at me. Not a tentacle, but a appendage.
Pseudopod.
Yeah.
The input delay is crazy. No, it doesn't change anything. His pseudopod slaps you in the face.
Ouch. Any other things that the cloak could do? I will.
Here's a question, and the answer genuinely may be no. But do you remember any feats that the Green Rider magically that could eventually have been by this cloak?
He froze people.
He did do time stop.
Like paralyzed, time stop, paralyzed, teleporting, portal, like dimension shifting.
So how would you
type
cast
things,
spells
or
through this
plane
cloak?
shifting? How would I cast a spell through this cloak? Do I have any magic items that had spells? I mean, like I have scrolls, so I can sort of.
Kind of, yeah. So magic items typically fall in one of two buckets. It's either A, you attune to it, and then you simply are able to cast spells with it. It's like flexing a limb. You just can do it now. Other cases, they have a command word. For example, for me, the sword works that way. If someone else figures out the command word of his sword, they can activate it. It's just a word. So you got to be careful about that sorts of thing, because if you're wearing like boots of flying, someone else says your command word, you're just fucked. They just activated your boots of flying. So it could be one of those, or it could just be, you know, you attune to it, and then you just have access to it. The problem is, if you attune to something and you don't know that it can do something, then you can't actually use that feature. That's where you need identify. There's no way to discover those features without it basically being told to you. So also the command words, you're not going to guess random Elvish words unless you know Elvish, in which case you could just start going through the dictionary.
Does Hegal know Elvish?
I presume he does, but the agony it would take to go through every Elvish word he knows could
go through a bunch of words. He does know Elvish, yeah.
Yeah, that's way too much for him to do.
There's not like an abracadabra of Elvish.
No, because if every item activated by the same command word, that would be problematic.
You have two people with Elven decked out gear.
Yeah,
They say one word,
yeah, two like Giga Knights walk into the battlefield.
Shoot off like a rocket.
Yeah.
So I'll try to, the same way I would cast through a scroll, I'll try to do a teleport spell.
No.
Because I know Dimension Door. I know. Okay. Do I know any portal type spells? I mean, I guess Dimension Door is, but that nothing happened. I know invisibility. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not coming up with anything.
Fine. That's fine.
Can I do? Cause since I have a whole day, could I make like an int check to get an idea? Since I only have like 5 IRL minutes, and then.
How about this? If you think of anything over the next like 30 minutes, just mention it, and I'll let you know if it worked or not.
Okay.
All right. You guys short rest. I hope you've done all your hit dice and restored spells if applicable. It is the 19th of October. It's weird weather out here on the plains. We have a cold front moving in through the north. We have winds pushing across the east to west, as it does literally every fucking day of the year. Kind of miserable, to be completely honest. And it's cold. Yesterday it wasn't cold, yesterday it was hot. Now it's cold again. There's no rain, because it doesn't really rain out here on the plains. It's just grass, and it's cold or hot, and there's wind. So you guys wake up on the 19th, and there's the sound of shrieking wind running through the ruins of Ostatik. No people have come to check out, the city, which is a good indication that these ruins are seen as largely valueless by wider society, which is weird, because you guys found a lot of magical items here, so those are probably recent additions to Ostatik. If those had been here for centuries, they probably would have been looted a long time ago, with the exception of that one wizard cubicle. Beyond that, the 4 of you are rousted, relatively ready. What would you like to do with the 19th?
Well, I'd say we should head back at this point.
Did I recover exhaustion? If yes, how much exhaustion? 1. Okay. I'm going to assume when your maximum hit points are no longer halved, your current hit points don't change to accommodate any of that.
The what to accommodate what?
When your maximum hit points are no longer halved, I presume that your current hit points don't change, right?
No, I
No.
don't think so.
No, they don't.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I think we head back. However, my speed is halved. So I'm going to be slowing down everybody.
Presumably, you will be on a horse.
I thought, did we have horses?
You have one horse.
I thought we went on foot.
The summoned horse.
Okay. And I get to use it? Pog.
Well, it can fit two people.
Are you gonna fit the 2 exhausted people?
Is that an exhausted person, Grania?
No. I thought it was either Zednius or Primius, but I could be wrong. I thought there's 2 exhausted people.
Primus was really badly hurt. Zednis, I think, was mostly fine.
Zednius literally took
I am
damage.
I'm completely untouched. Yeah.
Classic.
Okay, then just you on the horse, I guess. Unless, I mean, Granny is probably not one for walking, so if you guys will offer it, she'll take it. She's kind of just still out of it.
Yeah, I'll offer, I suppose. I don't think that's going to slow us down, so...
Now, there is one small detail as we, exit our campsite, get the horse, walk through the ruined ruins of Ostatic. On the way here, there were riders of the dragon pursuing, the son of the dragon, pursuing this area, or patrolling this area. So you guys snuck here under the cover of darkness on horseback. Are we worried about that on the return trip?
Should be.
Probably best to be worried about that.
So we will sleep for the day and then at night attempt to return to New Moon.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, probably, I guess. Allows me to get rid of more exhaustion, so
Well,
okay with
you
that.
don't get short rest if you're sleeping during the day because you're going to just end up staying up during the night. It's not actually sleeping. It's just different sleep. But anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we utter about and as night falls, prepare to make our return journey. We will go to the world, remind ourselves where we are. This may take a few seconds. Oh my goodness.
I think your stream crashed? No, it's
no,
fine.
I don't. Okay, JK, I will be on the world map and none of you will. Because I don't think it's possible for me to bring you there at the moment. Holy shit.
Oh dear.
Okay. Well, anyways. One second, I'm gonna try
But,
Nope. Okay, well, we tried. Unless. Vamp, someone kill the dead air. Someone kill the dead air.
I guess the other day I'm gonna try and cheer up Renee a bit. Maybe ask her for a little, not like proper lesson on sign language, but
Are you
take her mind off of things a bit.
Not really. At the most, she'll just probably respond like, not right now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's shrimply impossible. Well, anyways, you guys are in Ostatic.
Oh yeah, identifying the amulet.
Yeah, can you do that on horseback?
Oh well, since we were not traveling during the day, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, yeah, so there's a couple things you could identify. You want to start with the amulet?
Yeah.
The amulet is beads of Misty Step. So there are 13 beads, and every time you expend one, which costs an action, it lets you cast Misty Step, which costs a bonus action. Yep.
So you use your action,
Yes,
and then you also have to use your bonus action to
Correct.
then...
and it's consumable. There's only 13 of them.
Okay.
Do you have to attune to it?
No, you don't. Anyone can use it.
Okay, that's good though. I guess it's good for like a traversal of like a small squad. If they have to like, get over across something.
Yeah.
And then I presume the cloak.
Well,
You'll want me to identify that or not?
No one knows about the cloak.
and he's
I'm
not
sorry.
sharing
I thought
it.
you.
Bozo.
Wait. Premise doesn't? Wouldn't he
pocketed
know
it when
because
he
it
was
literally
alone.
appeared on his horse?
It did appear on his horse.
Yeah, but from Premis's horse.
It did appear
Yeah.
on Primus's horse. That's true.
Sort of never went over there before falling asleep.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed that because it's like a special.
But
Whatever, we have like a special bond with your horse.
They
oh
do,
my
but
god,
not
we're on
like
the
a
world map.
familiar. Dude, I clicked that
Okay,
like
okay,
10,000 years ago.
It's like.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, holy
Is it-
shit!
it's
Oh.
all there.
Dude, it is so laggy. Oh my god. Okay, anyways. Hi, we're on the world map now.
Just need to be able to predict when you want to go to the world map like a few minutes
just do,
ago.
yeah, just do it in a minute and a half. So here we are in Ostatik,
Yeah.
guys. Wow, the world map is so beautiful. We can travel 30 miles today. Since we're traveling by night. Do we just want to go straight to the city of Louisville? Since it's the closest imperial city.
Yeah.
After this, I will see you guys.
Yeah.
Did we get easily through like the barricades and all that of the dragon?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is open grassland, so the only thing you had to avoid was night patrols. You guys just, when you came here, you just didn't light any lanterns, and it's basically impossible to find a group of 4 horsemen traveling in the dark with no lights. To be fair, it was also hard to get there,
Okay.
but you guys had someone who has dark vision. I don't remember who that. I assume it's Zednius. Does Zednius have dark vision?
Grania.
Grania.
Zednik has the magic eyes.
Yeah, as long as you have one person with dark vision, that's enough to be able to navigate for you. Because normally it's almost impossible to travel at night because you can't see shit. But you had a Grania to be your North Star. So this time you do the same thing. Grania goes up near the front. Everyone else doesn't really matter where they are. Primius is blindfolded, so his golden eyes aren't like a beacon in a field of black grass. And you return to Lubel. You get there in the wee hours of the morning, and luckily for you, this friendly city, well, allied city, hasn't fallen to the enemy. It still flies the banners of the independent Principality of Lubelski, and there's no sign of an attack on the city. So while the Sons of the Dragon have not been warded off from this province, they haven't taken the city. So round of applause. The Empire's not collapsing.
Oh, that's good. Yay.
And you guys can make it through various, you go to the gate, present your judge's badge, they recognize you, they let you in. However, as you guys are heading past the gatehouse, a captain of the guard, a knight, a boyer of the plains will jog after you and say,
Oh, judges. Another judge is here in the city. I'm not sure if he's looking for you or you're looking for him, but thought that you should know.
What's he look like?
He's 6 feet, red hair, clean shaven,
okay. That's
kind of
enough.
strange looking.
It's
Shiny
so
armor?
back.
Shiny like a morning sun.
Where's he staying?
We're so back.
Armor.
The Kyage's
Shiny
putting him
armor.
up in his hall.
Okay.
All right. We'll go see him there.
My
Alright.
boy. Bring
he
him
thinks it's
to me.
Maximus. He doesn't know that it's a perfectly identical judge named Maximus.
Alex, I'm
Yeah.
going to blow up the,
You
going to blow up
guys-
the country.
Maximus and Biggie.
Maximus and Biggie. You guys ascend the hills of Lubel, and you make your way to the Kyage's hall. You were not permitted to sleep here last time. You slept in the Kyage's steward's hall. You didn't actually meet the Kyage last time. But you meet with the Kyage's steward, a guy named Boli, Misko Boli, and you guys met him like 4 times before. And he'll tell you that, yes, in fact, Judge Maximus is here, and he is out currently. He is on a grouse hunt with the Kyage and a couple of other boyars. It is like 5 in the
Damn it,
morning,
Al.
but they left before sunrise.
Why are you like
Oh, are we tired then if it's 5 a.m.?
Yeah, you guys are exhausted.
Oh, Does the Kiaze's does he offer us a room as well as Maximus, or are we gonna have to find
The
our own place?
Kiage's Castellan, musical bully, the man who you've spoken to in the past, he'll say, yeah, you can stay at his house again. He'll be outside the house all day anyway, so you can sleep there while he's working.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you guys go there, you tie up your horse, and you sleep through about 6 hours of the day. This is not qualifying as a short rest, unfortunately, because Maximus will get back before then. As you guys wait in the longhouse, at around 3 in the afternoon, the door to the longhouse will open, and a whole gaggle of about 4 boyars will walk in. They've clearly returned from a hunt, and they don't have their winnings with them. Those must have been given to the huntmaster or something similar. But they walk in, chatting with another judge of the empire, Maximus Titus something.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
And yeah, Maximus,
Bologna?
you had a successful grouse hunt this morning, and you were told that your fellow judges made it back from Ostatic in one piece-ish.
One piece-ish?
More
One
missing a
piece
person
ish.
than they had last time. You were told that there were 5 of them, which was strange.
Oh, okay.
Maximus, good to see you.
Oh, it's excellent to see. I'll look and see that the 4 that I care about are there.
Yeah.
All right.
No judges see either,
I
which
think-
is who they're supposed to find.
No, what?
Yeah,
Arcanist
Oh,
Jampissi.
that- Yeah,
a woman
Yeah.
mage or something. Also, this is the first time Maximus has seen Zednius with the Giga Chad ring.
True, he's big. And burly.
Sedney,
He's
it's
mewing.
you've
He's 6'3".
out.
He's
Filled out.
he's taller than you now, I think.
you filled
Bit of a
out
growth
quite
spurt,
nicely.
and then I'll show the ring.
Oh wow, look at that. Very nice. Very nice. I got
We,
worried.
are we-
I heard you went out with 5, and I heard only 4 came back.
Well,
Yes, but it's all well.
presumably.
Did
We
you
haven't
find
really got
Jampissia?
confirmation, but
Is it just us in this
No,
room?
there's like 7 other boyars that he went hunting
Okay.
with, several servants, the wife.
Okay.
he's
Well,
both
once
bullied.
we'll debrief you once we get some once we're alone.
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah, you guys spend the early evening eating. Maximus, how would you summarize your time away from the party? Do you even remember what you're doing?
Yeah, vaguely. I vaguely. Let me see if I still have some of the notes.
This guy thinks
from
he
it.
took notes.
Uh,
Omega lol.
Be quiet, you.
may I seek attention from a healer today?
You
Yes.
can certainly seek it, yeah.
Yeah, shut up,
Yeah,
Alex. I have so many notes. Be quiet, you.
You're supposed to say,
'cause
may
I don't have
I?
any hit dice left.
Yeah, I think Granny could heal you. Also, if you want, you could go find like a more traditional.
Yeah, I'll probably find somebody
Yeah,
else
that's
because
close.
Grania seems to be
You can receive.
not in the mindset to be worrying about healing me right now.
Okay.
Though on the way back, I'll grab like
Yeah,
a
8
pastry or
HP.
something like snack, something for
like a
Grania
ration
to
snack.
cheer her up. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm all caught up on what I was doing.
What'd you do? And how would you summarize it to the
like-
party?
Mom.
Yeah. Just I was off dealing with problematic warrior lodges in one of the legions.
Ah.
You know what a
Well-
warrior lodge is, Hecko?
What?
Do you know what a warrior lodge is?
No, but I assume it's just killing some insurrectionist losers or something.
Yeah, that's basically accurate.
I mean, kind of, yeah. They're not, to be clear, not all warrior lodges are like that.
Yeah, but like
There are some-
to Corvus,
There's some fun
it's
ones.
just some imperialism business. I don't really care that much about the specifics.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
It's our duty, I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
then we have the inverse of that, which is for the Ostatic enjoyers. How would you describe your experience, Maximus?
Oh, yeah, we died as well. Well, I actually got petrified, so.
Oh, well, welcome to the group, I guess. I think it makes Grania. Does that make you the only one not to have endured that?
He just kind of looks up at you with sunken eyes and then goes back to looking away.
Oh,
Yeah, she's been.
what happened to you all?
Uh,
Let's just
thanks to the Green Rider. Are we alone?
Whoa.
Oh, no, I wouldn't
No,
say
you're
that.
still
The
not
Warriors are
alone.
still here.
Okay.
Oh my god, I didn't
Let's
say it.
discuss it over some.
Yeah,
over some lunch together.
Yeah,
let's
I
go
mean,
somewhere.
so to just zoom forward a little bit, because yeah, zoom forward a little bit. You guys,
Alright.
you feast. Maximus tells you what he's been up to, because none of that is like privileged. He informs you of happenings to the Empire, chief of which he tells you about. Oh my God, these Sons of the Dragon are raiding the shit out of Lubelski, and you're like, yeah, we know, we fought them. And he's like, really? Because that's not really reported in any Imperial records. And then he talks to some boyars, and like, yeah, it was a crazy fight, but like they lost. And he's like, oh, so that's not like okay.
That's why it's not recorded.
Yeah, I guess I know why it's not in the newspaper in the broadsheets.
That's
But I mean, it's still 100 people. That's not bad. Anyways, you journey. You leave Lubel. There's really nothing for you here other than grouping up with Maximus. So you spend the night. And you also don't really have a private place to stay unless you want to spend money. It just seems kind of dumb. There's also no reason to tell Maximus what you're up to like right now, since you have like, I think it's like 6 days to travel to
Do we have rations
Nauseous.
for the travel?
That's a great question.
We
I
need to
assume
pick up
Maximus
rations
does.
in this
Maximus
city,
has
yeah.
so much food on him.
Maximus always has like
Yes,
60
I
right?
have 129.
Dude, you know what
rations.
Maximus is like?
Okay.
He's like the dude at summer camp who has all the apple slices from his mom. He's just like that. Anyway,
Oh, did we get
I was
our... We
thinking
had
more like
horses
a-
in Lubelski, right?
ooh, what a question.
We had
We left
horses
our horses
somewhere that
there.
we left behind. Yeah.
Chowder,
I'm pretty sure
fact
we
check
left them,
this.
yeah.
I need a real patriot to fact check. Did they have horses in Lubel? And if you don't remember, that's okay. We'll wait for him to respond. Anyways, while he's doing that, I'm gonna measure the distance to Nauseous. Oh, that was
Patriot.
unwise. Someone else do it.
Because if we had...
Holy shit.
If our horses were in Lubel, then I have a lot of rations as well.
Fair enough.
Where is not?
Okay, so it is whoever
Ah,
did the blue line. That's a good
141.
line.
If we go through Palama,
I got a
Okay.
It's the same thing. Number of days. That is 3 days. To
I just didn't know if
Nauseous.
we'd have to hit Palama.
You don't. Either way, this takes 3 days, so you guys will have plenty of time to talk on the road. We're waiting for real fact check Patriot Chowder to respond. We'll give him 30 more seconds. If not, yes, the horses are in, but I don't remember is the answer. Anyways, a bit of vamping while we wait. Yeah, so you do that. Oh, you guys did get another short rest, so mostly for the exhaustion havers, tick it down by 1. I'm gonna adjust the dates real quick.
Oh, let's go.
All right. The horses were in
Did you
Has-
give out XP?
Totally don't remember base. No, I have not given out XP yet. That'll be at the end of the session.
Okay.
Okay, so the horses are in Lubel. You reunify with your horses. None of them are named because they are corpses walking. And you get a night's sleep. And on October 20th, you set forth from Lubel and start to make your way back to Nauseous. It's a 3-day journey, so information can be shared during this time. I think Maximus doesn't have much to share. And rather than ask how all of you would describe Ostatic, I think I'm mostly curious about two characters, because like mostly like Granny, do you open up during these 3 days, or are you still locked in?
I think she slowly is starting to at least like join the party more for things and at least look more aware.
Okay.
But yeah, she's not really talkative.
We're not aware of like what you were trying to accomplish that was like ripped right in front of you, right?
No, she
we
hasn't
don't know
talked
what that
about
Once
is.
you guys
anything.
start talking
Okay.
about your journeys, you can make assumptions on where I probably would have went. Not necessarily like where
Okay.
as in exactly, but where in relative to what you guys did.
Yeah. Somewhere that is important to you, somewhere that holds significance, somewhere that, you know, you're taken care of. How would Corvus describe Ostatic? Does he
I'm
use...
sorry, what?
I said, how would Corvus describe Ostatic? Does he use complex arcane terms? Does he describe the series of events that happened? Would he describe the state the city was left in? You know, that was like, for you, It was every day for like 4 days, some of the most like difficult experiences of your life, like back-to-back fights, difficult explorations, Jabberwocks, Archphase, the world ship, like things that even with your magical understanding, you can't really explain. So how would you just encapsulate that circumstance and explain it to Maximus, who didn't experience it?
Yeah, good luck with that.
I think he's a bit tired, and he knows that Maximus can't really deal with all the arcane bullshit. So I basically explained to him that it was just like constant, absurd, magical bullshit that nearly costed us our lives multiple times. We just about made it out.
Base.
Huh.
And
That sounds horrible.
Zednius, would you add any details onto that in describing Ostatic?
I'd talk about the Jabberwock and show him the eyes that I have.
Yeah, those big crystalline
Show off the
structures.
trophy. Yeah.
Pretty baller.
Do I have any idea of what a Jabberwock even is?
No.
Outside
No,
describe-
considering Granny was the only person who even had a
Yeah,
remote idea, I don't
yeah,
think anyone else did before that.
If you don't know what it looks
Rocks.
like, I could create like a. I could do like a little illusion of what one looks like.
Yeah, it looks like an anemic
Probably.
dragon that's like dying of iron deficiency.
I'll look at the eyes. How big are they?
I think they're quite large. I think they're about fist-sized, like stones.
Mm. Do you mind if I hold one?
Oh, yeah, I'll hand it to you.
Yeah, they're pretty dense crystal. They're not really flesh-like at all.
Clunk, clunk. Looks like a rock.
Point up emoji.
It was
Is
the
it
creature
valuable?
was surprisingly nimble.
I think they are. I gotta look into it more, but
Huh.
yeah, I think so. Did anyone take any of the scales? I don't think anyone did, right?
I don't believe so. I think the idea was, oh, we'll come back for it later.
Okay.
Parentheses, they did not come back for it later.
Parentheses, they got busy with real bad shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, outside of the character's experience, this was like 8 sessions of, like, fucked up face shit. Though I don't believe Ostatic itself was that long, but it was Ostatic-related things, quite lengthy. So after 3 days, well, after 1 day, you guys re-enter Imperial territory, but you super cannot tell. After 2 days, you spot your first Imperial patrol, and a tension, a knot sitting in the base of every one of your stomachs starts to slowly loosen. Maybe not so much for Grania, because she's not as prejudiced as the rest of you, but for everyone but Grania, you start to feel better.
Not racist. Pog.
On the third day, the beautiful, magnificent port city of Nasius comes into view. We're talking curtain walls guarded by actual legionnaires. We're talking protected gateways that ask for your papers. We're talking lines of bureaucracy that stretch outside the buildings. The beauty of civilization and the Mithdosian Empire.
Good to be home.
It smells of ink and desperation and capitalism. And you guys head into the city. There are a series of 3 meetings which you have to have before you can reintegrate in life and do things. The first of those technically would be with the Master of Judges, but he's actually a little bit busy. So he will meet with you today, but he recommends that you go to the Department of Magic first. Now, technically, he wouldn't know that you have magical items on you, but Primius is a goody two-shoes, and he would absolutely immediately report you guys got an entire treasure trove worth. So, you go to the Department of Magic in Nasius. And the terms of your contract are very clear. There is no room for negotiation within this contract. So I'm going to go character by character. I'm going to get to Zednius last.
I think Granny has literally nothing.
Yeah, so let's start with Maximus, because I think that his is the easiest. I don't think Maximus got anything, right?
Oh,
great.
I don't have
simple.
anything new on my sheet.
Dunzo. Granny, you said you did not get anything either?
No, the only thing was the spellcast focus, but I don't think that anyone gave that to me, so.
I see. And no spell scrolls?
Nope.
Strange. What happened to all those
We
spell
either
scrolls
used
you
them
guys
up,
got? Oh, I guess, yeah, you
or
guys
I
did
gave them
use
to
a
you
lot.
guys.
Okay, I know Primius was storing a fair number of magical items, so we got in his sheet.
He has the armory.
He does have the armory of cursed weapons, so that's one thing. I'll write that down in my little ledger here.
For this amulet of fire and ice.
Yes, you got that off of one of the hags. Yeah.
There you go. There's
Cursed
that
arsenal, amulet of fire and ice.
thing. I think.
There is no
that's-
shot. These are all the magic items you got. This is impossible. There is so much more than that. No static. Echo, what'd you get?
Nothing else on the
The
sheet.
beads of Misty Step.
I'm about to pull my prep from previous sessions. You guys are trolling me. Yogi, what'd you get?
The
That you're reporting.
I have nothing on my sheet.
That I'm
Yogi has all of
reporting.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have most of it. I've got a scroll case with 4 scrolls in here. One of Cloud Kill, one of Ethereal, one of Confusion, and one of Fireball.
Okay. Ethereal confusion.
I have 15 iron coins. I don't think is magic.
No.
The summit, the blood vials of blood. I don't think is magic. The crystal with a human soul in it, probably magic.
is
I'll hand that
definitely
over. Trunk of Ages. I'll hand that over. The spellcast
Magic.
focus.
Okay, I know where all the magical items are now.
Dust of the Dead. I'm not sure
That
about.
is magical.
Okay, they get 10 of those. What else is on here? I have got the three. These books aren't magic, so I don't know if I should hand them over, if that's part of it, or if I'm just
If they're
doing
not magical,
a
you don't
favor
have to,
for them.
unless they concern magical topics. In which
The
case
book, yes, they do by Magus Trammel.
All 3 of them are, yeah.
Alrighty.
They're Magus Tramel's Abjuration books.
Magus Tramel's Abjuration Collection, of course.
Abjuration, Alteration, and Unity of Transmutation and Abjuration.
I'm familiar with Magus Tramel's Abjuration Collection.
I have his book of numbers,
A
but I don't
seminal
think it
work, if you will.
concerns. But I don't think this a book of numbers by Magus Trammel, does that concern magic specifically?
Not directly,
I
but
don't
they
have-
would request it.
Okay, in that case, I also have that.
Chowder, the Vorpal sword is not here. So yes, they did get it, but it was not. So I'm gonna go check my prep real quick to make sure we didn't forget any glaringly obvious magical items, but I do think that's all of them. I think there may have been a spell focus at one point. Now I am kind of confused on what's happened to that.
There is
The
one. It was
Trunk of
for-
Ages was one. Yeah.
Yes, I know
I
that
thought
one
there was
because
one you got
Granny.
from
The Druids.
the building where the cat was. The first one, not the second.
No, the cat stole it.
Oh.
The cat kept it. We didn't
Oh, he
get the
kept
wand. Yeah.
it. That's everything. Okay. Yogi, I am going to let you do this retroactively, but that cloak is incredibly magical. It is an artifact. So, by what means are you concealing this? So it is not easily found by just like a detect magic.
Well, I mean, Hedhagal
Yeah?
is invisible.
Yeah, he is.
The green cloak, he could wear it inside out to be mega
If
invisible.
it touches him, he's not wearing it. You know
He's
what I'm
gonna
saying?
eat it?
Yeah, of course he
No,
is.
he
What the
doesn't
fuck
get
are you talking
permission.
about? Of course he's gonna eat it.
What about the... Fuck.
If it's magic, why would he not eat it? What do you mean?
Because he knows he's not supposed to. He's not... It's a bad Hedhagal, okay? He's not allowed to eat it.
His life on this planet is suffering. The least you can do is give him a couple magical items every once in a while.
Then it's still on the horse. It's still on my horse.
On your horse?
I don't know where else it could go.
Okay.
Like that's the only
That's fine.
idea
I
is
mean,
like
that's
leave it
fine.
in the horse.
Okay.
With the in the 62 rations
Sure.
in that
Yeah.
bag.
Alrighty. Okay, so item by item. Delete the cursed arsenal from Permeus' sheet. Delete the amulet of ice and fire from Permeus' sheet. Delete the beads of Misty Step from Hekko's sheet. Delete the scroll case containing the 4 scrolls from Yogi's, Crystal Human Skull, Trunk of Ages, Dust of Dead, Magus Tramel's Abjuration Collection, plus the Book of Numbers. All that is gone.
A crystal human skull. Who had that?
No, the crystal with
Human
the human
soul.
soul.
Oh. Okay.
Soul, skull.
Soul.
So the coins they don't want, right? Those weren't
They
magic.
are technically, in a very, very technical sense, material components for spells, but not the types of spells that humans cast, so not very relevant to the Department of Magic.
Okay.
You could as easily use like an Imperial coin as you could use a iron coin. So you just need to put some scratches in it. Alrighty.
Yeah, but the iron coin is good for the
hags.
scrying because it's super unique.
Correct. Okay, so
So it could be good for Corvus too.
your contract is ended with the Department of Magic.
Yippee!
You will receive a. Someone needs to add this to their sheet because I will bring this up later. You will receive a notarized document from a praetor in the Department of Magic stating that your obligations to the Department of Magic have ended. Who would like to
I'll
add
let
that to their
my
sheet? Okay.
I'll hang on to that, I think.
All right.
Oh, okay.
New Maximus
Genuinely
item
surprised with how this
notarized.
bureaucracy goes that they didn't just keep that there forever.
Knowing how what?
How this bureaucracy
Oh, they just
stuff
don't
goes,
give
that
you
they
your
just keep that
receipt
there
for all the
forever.
magical items.
No, that we just have that contract
Oh,
forever.
for the rest of the campaign. That'd be pretty funny. But no, it was a temporary lien on your account, which has now been paid off. Okay, cool. In addition, there is going to be a slight reputation gain from the Department of War because, in a roundabout way, everything you just gave is going to the Department of War. So, yippee.
Ugh.
Because all magic of the Department of Magic is at the disposal of the Department of War. Okay. That is the first thing we need to resolve upon returning to the city. The second thing. Now, I don't want to go through this super in detail because, we just lived through it for the last 8 weeks or whatever. But how would you, and you guys can work together on this, we just need like bullet points. How would you describe events that got you, like, basically, what the Master of Judges wants to know is, did you complete your mission? So it is worth reviewing the mission that we were given in document form. So let's go pull up handouts. Dojica. I believe it is
Judge's mandate.
Judge's Mandate Revived. So these are the bounds within which you are operating in. So has the threat of the Green Rider been removed?
Yup.
Okay, and now describe to him in the manner in which you did that.
We had a music competition.
Yeah, we met with a man who joined us. He had a music competition with the Green Rider, who was very eager to be in the contest. And then after he lost, the mysterious man summoned the Bear King and locked them away for what we assume is a long time.
So that's good enough. Each of you will write out long written statements. They're like asking for like 30 plus pages. So basically every single thing you did post leaving like Nauseous until you got to Ostatic. So that includes like your previous mission in the Fey area near Patricia. You write lengthy post after action reports, and then you turn them into the Master of Judges office. You haven't met with him yet. It's been like 2 days. A day after your submission, so on the 26th of October, a man will arrive outside of your guys' villa. He'll knock on the door. Maximus, you open the door since you were up early doing your calisthenics, and he'll give you, a deep nod and say, "Greetings, Lord Judge. Are the judges Grania, Corvus, Primius, Zednius, and Maximus all contained within the premises at the moment?"
Uh-oh.
What?
I believe so.
All right. Can you go confirm that for me, and then sign this document? And I'll hold over a writ of house arrest.
Lovely.
Okay, Sigmar.
Wait, sorry. What's happening? Why are we getting house
Under house
arrested?
arrest.
A day after submitting your after action reports of the Ostatic adventure, you're being put under house arrest. Now, if you'd like, when Maximus goes around to check if everyone's home, you can go speak to this person. But
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Maximus goes to check in. He knocks in each person's room, asks if they're awake. When you ask why, he'll say there's a person waiting outside. And you can make your way there. When you turn the corner, Corvus, you see a very nondescript-looking man. He has no marks of rank. He has no badge. He has no purple cloak marking him as a praetor or something similar. He just gives you a nod and says, "Greeting, Lord Judge Corvus."
Greetings. I have a question, I guess.
I'll answer all that's in my power. Before I do that, though, could you sign this to confirm that you've received the notice? And he'll lay across one of the little tables in your entry hall the writ of house arrest, and you just need to sign that you've received the document, not that you agree with its contents or anything else.
Yeah, I'll be signing.
Perfect. Then he'll just roll it up.
As long as it looks legitimate.
You can roll an investigation check or something, if you wish.
Nah.
Okay. Yeah, he rolls it up after you've signed it. Actually, he'll leave it unrolled so the other judges can sign it. He'll say, "Now, how can I help you, Lord Judge?"
Well, it's regarding this document I just signed. What's the reason for the house arrest?
Well, if you look at the second line here in subsection A, you can see that the reason provided was at personal request of the Master of Judges of the Department of Civility.
Is there further elaboration on this?
Well, I am operating as the government's barrister investigating this incident, so if you wish, I could submit a fiat request to the Master of Judges to put his reasoning in a written statement. He does have 31 business days to provide that statement, however, which will likely be by the time our process is done here. I don't.
I'm sorry, you said this incident. What exactly is the incident?
Well, you'll see here in subsection B, the incident being referred to is the mission granted to the Order of Judges, comprising the dates, listed there, as well as from the cities of Patricia and Tilostatic and subsequent return to Gnossius. So it's both geographic and time-gated. I'm sure you know what you were doing at that time.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what we would have done there that would cause us to go into house arrest.
Well, I'm not entirely certain either, since I haven't spoken with the Master of Judges, but my job is to sort of get to the bottom of things, figure out what happened, and make sure that you're all fit for duty.
Well, I believe that should be the case.
Well, then I think the next 2 days.
I'm sure
there's
there's just a misunderstanding. I will clear it up shortly.
Oh, this is not a misunderstanding. This was a bureaucratic request filed with the Department of Civility as of yesterday, and dated so that it's done as quickly as possible. I believe the Master of Judges hopes that you're all
I just
doing...
believe it is. I just believe it is fairly excessive to call for house arrest. I don't believe there's any reason for this.
I
I
see.
believe a simple notice would have been enough.
Well, what I'm about to
I'll let
say
you about it.
is not legally binding, and if you attempt to reference it further in the case, it will be viewed as illegitimate. But on a personal level, I've typically seen this issued to judges in the past who have severe breaks with reality and need some grounding in the world that they exist within.
What happened to you?
I have a slight suspicion. Maybe he doesn't believe us what we did, I guess, but I don't know.
Well,
we'll
be
find
talking
out.
that over the next 2 days.
Yeah.
And one by one, each of you will make your way to this front door and meet with this disarmingly, charming, kind of creepily charming bureaucrat. He doesn't give his last name. He doesn't say what clan he belongs to. He doesn't even say what branch he works for, though I guess you could kind of assume Department of Civility. Weird vibes, we'll put it that way. And after you've all signed the agreement to house arrest, the conditions are very simple. You cannot leave your estate until Marcus, which is the only name they provide for him, has concluded his investigation. Now, for different ones of you, this trips different red flags. For Zenius, you think this is a Frumentari agent, or at least it matches all the signs of one. They are sometimes used as secret police as well. For Heko, I think a part of you wonders if, this is Sons of the Republic related, because again, it's really weird for someone not to provide any other details about themselves other than their name, no title or anything.
He doesn't have identification of any kind.
He just says his name's Marcus, and on the house arrest order, it is like he's entrusted to the rank of steward, custodian of your guys' mental faculties, basically, as the name Marcus.
And what happens if we don't sign this?
If you don't sign the document saying that you received it, he will have to go find a member of the Imperial Legion to witness you staring at the document and then sign it on your behalf.
Okay, I'll wait on that.
Okay. After you refuse to sign it, he'll get as many other judges he can to sign it. Then he'll leave and return with an Imperial Legionnaire of the rank of Optio. And then the Optio will look at you, look at the document, say, "Can you read?" And once you confirm you can read...
I want the Optio's identification.
Sure, yeah. He will provide you his rank and badge. He is a Optio within the 10th Legion, serving in the 3rd century.
He's carrying.
Okay.
And
all right, I'll sign then.
Yeah. You sign saying that you've received the
Cleared
document.
my bar.
So you all admit that if you leave the estate in the next 2 days, you will be charged with treason against the Mithdosian Empire, with the highest penalty of death, though more typically imprisonment.
Wait, when it says leave, like leave just the building itself?
Yep. That's what house arrest is.
Okay, there's no running water, so how the hell do we get water?
Marcus will deal with the logistics of providing you with things for baths and food and whatnot.
Okay.
That's why he's one of the reasons why he's called the custodian in the document, because it's his job both to maintain you physically and then make sure that you're not insane.
I assume everyone else signed with no issues.
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Alrighty. So this is a 2-day intensive process of about 4 interviews per person. A lot of this is very basic information. He's just like confirming life facts that he has written down in his document. For Zednius, he's like, yeah, so you're born in Nasius itself. Tell me about your childhood and tell me about your service in the conclave of Redinium, St. Endrals, one of those two. And it's just a lot of like confirming basic information. He doesn't probe, he doesn't fact check, he just, asks you what you're doing. That's the first, round of interview. Second round, he starts to ask you about how you became a judge. Third round, he asks you about some of your services, judge. And then fourth round, which is kind of frustrating because it does feel like the first 3 rounds were a waste of time, he gets to very specific questions. So rather than going through all of them, we'll just do individual questions per character. So, Corvus, you're sitting across from Marcus here. He knows basically everything you've told him, which is most of the real and partially fabricated details of your backstory, to make you seem like a wonderful servant of the Empire. And he will say, well, I think I've heard your side of events up to this point. There's just one moment I want to clue in on. All of you that I've spoken to seem to center around this language of the world broke when the Bear King arrived in the chamber. Could you describe a bit more what you mean by that?
The Bear King is a powerful Fey being who was opposed to the Green Rider, the person we were chasing, who's also another powerful Fey being, who was opposed to him. Yeah. And through our contact, Tiberius, which I'm sure the other people will mention either by name or indirectly, we were seen, I'm sure, somebody can stand for that. We were seen with them together in Lubel. I'm sure. What was his name? The guy in Lubel, the main.
Marcus flips through his documents. Chamberlain Miskoboli of Lubel?
Yes. I'm sure he can attest to seeing him with us. He was our temporary ally.
There's no need to be this defensive. I just want to know what you mean. You don't need to mention all this. I'm aware of Tiberius's existence, as you said. Many have spoken of him. I'm just describe what it felt like to be in that room.
When the Bear King arrived?
Sure. Wherever you'd like to start.
I believe we were in some sort of magical demi-plane. And the Bear King managed to wrest control over it and destroy it.
Mm-hmm. Now,
and that left us. I'm not sure how. I haven't studied teleportation magic and the dimensional shift mechanic, plane shifting mechanic, magics at all. So I'm really not entirely sure how, but we got teleported to separate places, and eventually woke up there.
Have you noticed that after your encounter with the Jabberwock, many of the encounters that you report sound fantastical and significantly more strange and erratic than those before?
Yes. As a war mage, I'm professionally trained to deal with illusions.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, I convinced myself in every way that what I was experiencing was in fact real. And as fantastic as it seems that this being, this Green Rider we were chasing after, was in fact a powerful enough magician to construe these absurd, I agree, absurd, fantastical situations for his own amusement. We
She
kind of
asks
just played along
some more
at
specific
threat of our
questions
lives.
about the details of some of these encounters with the Fae. She writes them down and then, or sorry, he writes them down and then loops back to ask you about the questions again, like later, like just making sure that your story hasn't changed. Some of these whacking, like the hag encounter is a good example. Like, are you sure that you came through a portal and there were like you're in a fucking? It's all weird. It's all weird. And after he gets through that, he'll say, "Is what you're experiencing right now feel as real as your time in the demiplane?"
I'll think on that in a second. Does it?
I think that's up to you, Heiko.
I'll take a second to think about it and say, does it feel as real? Yes, absolutely. I'm fairly sure what I'm experiencing right now is real, and I guess what happened back then, what I'm pretty sure was it was real. I'm not quite sure that felt as real. As you said, it was absurd situation after absurd situation with terrifying magic and things. So things started to feel a little bit wild. But
Do you think that
everything I've experienced up until this point now seems to corroborate that in fact these things happened.
Do you think, and I know you'll probably feel defensive around this question, but I'd encourage you not to. Do you feel that this strange experience that you've gone through will impact your future ability to serve as a judge of the Empire and make level-headed, time-sensitive decisions?
Of course it will, but I don't think it will impact me negatively. In fact, I think the fact that I managed to get through such a terrifying experience with such scenarios will, in cases where Fae things are it could to be concerned about, this will actually help me because I now have some amount of experience towards it.
All right. Well, I think that's all I have for today. Thank you. And for Maximus, the questions are pretty light. You know, you didn't experience as much Fae stuff. Most of the questions will center around the mission in the Briar Patch near Patricia. But there wasn't that much weird stuff there. There was the Black Dog, but those are like creatures. Like those are like very well recorded creatures. So you didn't actually experience that much weird Fae shit. Primius's will be quite lengthy because, and you know, I'm sure Blake will speak more to this next time we can schedule a session with him, but you know, Primius was able to rationalize almost everything he encountered on the context of God wanted it to happen / supports me indefinitely. And that can create a really weird mindset because this is the Department of Civility and not the Department of Faith. So I think that our interview with him is going to be Marcus's interview with him is going to be quite lengthy. But since Blake isn't here and you don't know Primius as well, we'll largely skip that and say that Primius is going to have some impacts on this going forward. Zednius, for you. You didn't experience the wackiest shit. Because you were encased in your tomb. So I think that the main question that Marcus would be focusing on throughout all of this is he asks you a lot of questions about what it felt like to die. And I think that, you know, you've been on this line for like 40 minutes, and I don't think it's a particularly comfortable conversation for you. And he'll say, now, during your time in the Briar Patch, do you recall a point at which you had to squeeze through a small tunnel to reach a thorn golem?
I remember that I was supposed to, yes.
Yes. Now, it seems as if you use magic to circumnavigate this. But, it seems as if it's not an isolated incident. When you were underneath the surface of Ostatic in the old part of the city, you expressed a deep discomfort with being there, and it was reported that your fellow judges had to calm you down. If you were told by the Master of Judges to make your way into a dungeon, crypt, tomb, some sort of underground area of immense tightness and restriction. Would you be able to do that?
I think that it could be possible. I would find a way to make it work, just as I have up till now.
All right. And finally, we'll get to Grania. Now, Marcus is okay at sign language. You met a couple fluent people in the Empire, Tullius being one of them. Marcus is not fluent. He's passable. So you're going to have to use, like, middle school to, like, lower language with him. But Grania, most of his questions are going to be centered around the final experience. So he'll ask a similar question that he asked Corvus. So you and some of your fellow judges have described being teleported from the lower parts of Ostatic into a sort of underground chamber covered in roots. You seem to have an affinity and understanding of this sort of thing, as your fellow judges attested to. Where does this knowledge come from?
I think she'll just sign from where I was first picked up.
Yeah, so I read a bit about where you're from. It's a small coastal town. Well, not coastal. Coastal to the Feywood, located on the boundary there. And it is true that it does have quite a bit of Fey influence in that town. Curio reports have even accused it of being heretical in the past, but luckily we're the Department of Civility, not the Department of Faith. But while I haven't gotten the results yet, I did send one of my assistants to go conduct a knowledge test, asking questions about things like the details around black dogs, understandings of thorn golems, archfey. Now, I suspect that once this survey is conducted, most of the people in your hometown won't know anything about that. What do you think about that?
She'll shrug and say, I don't know.
My purpose here is to see if you're fit for further duty as an Imperial Judge, and do you understand why I might have some concerns in that regard?
She's gonna start getting a little bit more defensive inside. It helped me complete the mission, didn't it? Why do you need to know where I learned it?
Of course it did. The mission was completed, but you're quite young for an Imperial Judge. Probably the youngest, though I couldn't say for certain. And your emotional volatility seems to be quite considerable following the Ostatic incident. You were comatose and unable to communicate with your partners for days. If combat had come, that could have been a major detriment. Do you think that you're capable of continuing on future life-risking missions such as this?
She'll not. She said if I needed to fight on the way back, I would have been able to.
I see. Do you feel like the other judges understand you?
She'll kind of ask him to clarify, like meaning.
Well, I've spoken to other people who share some difference compared to the other members of their judges group. For example, a different language, different race, different cultural understanding or background. And yours is something along those lines, a language in its own right. While it is true, according to this, that many of your fellow judges have learned some sign language, I imagine it would feel isolating, that none of them can always understand you.
Hermias is fluent, and the rest are learning. That's more than good enough for me.
Do you have any friends outside of the group of judges that you work with?
One.
Tell me about them.
She'll look kind of uneasy and sign. I don't know if she'll like start kind of pausing in between these signs, but like if they're still okay. But her name's Placentia is what she'll sign.
Ah, yes. adoptive mother of sorts. Well, I can inform you she is still alive. I don't think that
Should kind of
quite,
let out a sigh of relief.
I don't think that quite falls in the bucket of what we're looking for. Are you familiar with the phrase support network?
She'll shake her head no.
Well, the work that you all do is quite mentally harrowing. Members of the Imperial Legion who serve for 10 years, on average, about 30% of them have some sort of service-related problem. I'll leave it at that. And we found that one of the most effective ways of limiting this is to develop deep relationships with their contubernium. Now, you don't have a contubernium. You have your fellow group of judges. So I would encourage you, this is not a mandate, but I'd encourage you to try to do more social events going forward into the future. Having close social cohesion and bonds with those that you are serving with could help to make you more resilient into the future.
She'll just sign, I don't really understand.
I see. Well, thank you. And Marcus won't have much follow-up to say to you all. His questions largely seem to be built around mental fitness, though occasionally he'll delve into the physical, but that's not really on trial because you guys kill most things that you come across, and that's kind of the problem, which is that you kill most things you come across. Diplomacy is a very sparing tool employed by you all, though it is, of course, sometimes employed. Moderation, like for example in the Briar Patch, when you didn't kill that local priest and instead actually went through the proper channels to deal with him. That is a good sign as far as the Department of Civility is concerned, that you guys aren't about to like go post on the Imperial population. So finally, after several long days, on the 28th of October, the house arrest will be lifted, Marcus will leave, and you guys will be invited to meet with the Master of Judges in his chambers in the Department of Civility headquarters in Nasius. So.
Pretty good. Let's head there then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys make your way to Cato's office. As you enter, it is as it has always been, a large map of Transpontarsal area decorated with different flags of problems, though it has been about halfway emptied since you guys last visited about 2 weeks ago. Maybe longer, actually. It's been a while, so it's been about halfway emptied, as lots were piling up under the previous Master of Judges. And Cato is sitting at the table, and as you all enter, he'll look up and he'll give you a nod. And as the last of you enters, he'll say, "As I've read through your reports, the debriefings and the filings by your internal representative within the Department of Civility, I am a bit aghast. Do you understand why?"
The absurdity of our previous situation, I presume.
No. That's actually the least of my concerns. Arcanist Genticia is gone. You report seeing a magical obelisk and multiple archfey, while also admitting that your mind and experiences could have been altered by magic. Now you seem to insist that it's not illusion, and for what it's worth, our internal investigator seems to think that most of you are sound of mind, at least not in immediate danger of inflicting harm on members of the Empire. But you also worked with a Fae, self-admittedly, this Tiberius fellow. Cato looks like a man at his limit. It's probably not directly related to you guys. I mean, don't get me wrong. You did fail to save Genticia. You did work with a Fae. Those probably don't make it easier for him to talk to you, but it just, I don't know. He looks too stressed for this to be the only thing on his mind. He's a man of materialism and rationality, of spreadsheets, and he seems having a hard time wrapping his head around the insane, magical, Athaloran nature of what you guys experienced. And he'll say, "Despite that, I have been informed by multiple arcanists that what you say of Athaloran is generally believed to be true. The oaths, the pride, the vanity, the mind-rending absurdity of it all. And above all, the Kiage of Lubel sent a personal letter confirming your bravery against the Son of the Dragon. While you're not going to be, lauded as heroes by the Department of War, the Prince thinks very highly of you. You killed 100 soldiers. That's nothing to be forgotten. So I don't think your fidelity or loyalty to the Empire is in question. I'm mostly concerned about your
ability to distinguish what is real. So, after a lot of thought, I've decided to give each of you a month leave. I recommend you use that time to ground yourselves, remember what the Empire's like, and going forward, you're not going to be assigned to any Fae cases. I think that you've experienced more than enough of that for one lifetime.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, I'll breathe a sigh of relief. That wasn't like the dead wood, then this. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, technically, he is kind of like, in a material sense, this is probably going to be listed on your record as like, they may have gone a bit insane, but this doesn't seem to come from a place of like, he's mad at you. He seems worried about you guys. Like, some of the things that you said you saw, not really Maximus, but the rest of you is like concerning. Like, this is, most of you, like, none of your characters there except for Zednius and Maximus, but the Lurple incident is like, that's like psych ward shit. Like, that is some shit where you like put people in a mental asylum. So the fact that the judges made it through that unscathed is kind of a miracle. And so the Department of Civility, unlike the Department of Faith, actually kind of cares that you guys are like mentally fit. So once Cato, Cato will ask for Grania to stay behind.
Okay.
And after the four of you leave, just leaving Grania and Cato, Cato will walk over to you, Grania, and say,
Well, there's a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. Would you like a writing tablet, or would you like me to bring in an interpreter? I had one prepared. It's of a personal nature, if that changes your answer.
Translators, what she'll sign.
Alrighty.
Or like motion towards. If he has a writing tablet in front of her, motion towards the door.
okay. Yeah,
Whatever it is,
he'll
so-
walk over to the door.
Understand.
He'll wave in one of his assistants, a young senator. The senator will give you a nod. His role is purely interpretation. He's not going to give any commentary. And Cato will say,
Now, Grania, you were made a judge quite early at the recommendation of Father Hyperion. Well, not exactly his recommendation, but he commended your service, and then there was a request from within a certain branch of the Imperial family for you to be an Imperial judge. It was a highly unusual process by which you became a judge, as I'm sure you know. I've read the reports, but I'd like to hear it from your own mouth. You think you're fit?
She'll nod.
You know, most girls your age, my daughters, they're thinking of what man to marry, what thing to do next. They're not traipsing across the plains, slaying Fae.
She'll sign. I didn't really have a normal upbringing, so this is more normal to me than doing stuff like that.
Yeah. And do you understand why that's exactly what concerns me?
She'll shake her head no.
Under the Department of Faith, judges were just hammers. You know, they smashed pots, they enforced the Department of Faith's will over the Empire, but that's not what they're meant to be. They're meant to be the exemplars of moral honor and virtue in the Empire, people who make the Empire a better place. What do you think the role of the Empire is?
She'll think on it for a second. It seems like to make the world better.
he looks disappointed.
He'll nod and say, Again, I mean, I understand why you say that. You've received no formal education. You've been turned into a weapon of war. You've never gone to You have a legal education, but it's in a vacuum. You have no civics education, no understanding of imperial history. You don't know of the Charter of the Rights of Man compared to the absolute monarchy of those we're fighting against on the plains. Do you want to be a judge?
She'll nod.
Why?
She'll have to kind of think about how to word it to him. There's something I must do in the future that requires me to be stronger. And ever since I became a judge, I've been nothing but stronger from the day I started here.
Yeah, he does not. That answer concerns him. He'll wave the interpreter out.
I don't need you to respond to this, and I'm just going to tell you, because I don't like operating behind closed doors. I'm going to put in a request with the Autarch that you be dismissed as an Imperial Judge and returned to Essentia for her to do with as she will. I think you've done a wonderful job as judge. This isn't an indictment of your abilities or your strength. It's just reading through report after report of how these different judges have performed. You concern me very deeply. We're supposed to be a moral center. So, I put it out there. That was all.
Yeah, she's pretty blown back by that. She's gonna stand up, probably turn to face to leave, and probably slam the door on the way out.
Yeah. I mean, especially for Grania, like, I don't even know, she probably wouldn't even know, like, the bureaucratic steps to make someone not a judge. So, like, can this guy do it? Does he need, like, his boss? Does his boss always approve? You don't know, like, the steps of this, so...
Yeah, and she knows she probably can't convince him either at this point.
Yeah, Kato's mind seems pretty made up on that fact. So, it is it's October 28th. This is technically when your, month of downtime begins. However, we're gonna do 3 more days, and then we're gonna wrap up the session to give you guys the full month of November for, well, whenever we get there. So, on
November.
Yeah. So on October 31st, that's a day, right? It has to be last day of October. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's Halloween.
Oh yeah, of course it's Halloween. So, real quick, is there anything someone wants to do that takes like less than a day, like a shopping trip or something like that? Because we have 3 days that we're technically about to skip over.
I need to get my book blended.
Oh yeah, you can find a leather shop that'll do that for. Oh, I guess it's this public. So 5 gold.
Okay.
I want to check in on Optimer
The spell fails.
or the Eldritch Knight. Oh. I'll check during the day then.
Also fails.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Anything else you want to do in those 3
Oh,
days?
I don't
Oh,
think
by
so.
the way, we did just skip through like 2 plus like 5 days, so you guys can repair all your exhaustion-related ailments. Technically, it's not a long rest, but yeah, exhaustion is gone. Okay, on the 31st, at about 3 in the morning.
I think after... One thing real quick. After she leaves the office, I think she's going to go try to write a letter to Vicentia to try to figure out if she can prevent this.
Luckily for you.
Oh yeah, I'm also gonna write a letter to my uncle.
Yeah, do you want to go see him?
Reminder. What? No, he's in Salernum.
He is in Salernum.
No, I'm
You're
just
not
gonna
under-
send him a letter that I'm okay.
All right. You send him a letter. Write out its
To let him
contents.
know that I'm okay and about my like sudden disappearance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just tell him it's
So
magic.
just make, just to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, he
that
doesn't know
doesn't
shit about
think he's
magic, so I'll be
insane.
like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, just as long as he doesn't think I'm going fucking insane. I swear he was here.
Yeah, he doesn't think that.
I
He'll
have a
smile.
sword. What the fuck? How did this? Huh?
Yeah, Grania, you want to contact Vicentia. So she's currently stationed at Kujva, with the army. But you could contact her for sure. What would you like to say?
I'll type it out too.
Okay, sounds good.
Yo,
While you're typing
what
that
up?
out, on October 31st, this is probably the second to last thing we do this session, so we'll be wrapping up soon. Zednius, You're sleeping. Sleeping like a rock. Sleep is one of the few things that has not troubled you post-death. And Hetagal pings you with immense, like, wake the fuck up energy. like an emotion jolts through your eyes flash open. Your window is open, and sitting it on your windowsill is an insectoid creature about 3 feet tall, long stringy arms, wings behind his back, and kind of like monkey-ish face, monkey and insectoid. And it will look at you, and it will its chest will kind of vibrate and make noises that are clearly meant to be language.
I'll cast tongues.
Okay. Does that allow you to understand or just speak?
Both.
Both. Okay. This creature is saying, Zadnius. Zadnius.
What? Who are you? And I'll get into like a defensive position.
Your Sylvan is good. Sorry.
Who are you?
Oh, don't worry about that. I have a critical message to inform you of.
Okay.
You have a judge in your party. You call her Grania.
Yes.
This is the day that she exited her mother's uterus.
That's the message?
Yes, it's critical.
What do I need to do?
I have been informed by secretive sources that you celebrate such events.
Who sent you?
And then he goes invisible. And the window closes.
Okay, Hagal, what the hell was that?
His voice will say, Pixie.
And what time is it? Is it early morning?
It's about 2 a.m.
Oh, okay. All right. Sure. Okay. I'm gonna go back to sleep, but then, when I wake up, I'll get the other guys and we'll plan something.
Yeah, you wake up at a little bit earlier than you normally would, at about 7. And because you want to go get an early start, because you know Grania sleeps in the latest of the people in this house. You head down into the central foyer. Permius is off praying. That guy has problems. But Corvus and Maximus, Corvus is smoking a pipe, reading through, he managed to check out the numbers book, even though he doesn't get to own it. So you see him flipping through pages of theorems and proofs, trying to find how the fuck this is connected to abjuration magic. And Maximus is finishing up his morning workout routine.
Hey guys, did you know it's Grania's birthday today?
No?
Well, I think we should maybe do a party, throw her something nice. She's been having a rough time of it, yeah?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Does anyone know what she likes?
Jesus Christ.
It's a birthday party, right?
I'll go to the baker and order a nice cake. Is it what do you think she would like? Chocolate, vanilla?
Do we even have these things?
Yeah, you're the fucking Midosian Empire. You're the most cosmopolitan empire on the fucking planet.
Well, I have no idea if vanilla exists in your world.
Oh yeah, no, you guys got vanilla, you got honey cakes, you got now, I will say, there's a detail. Granny is a vegetarian.
Okay, and?
Okay.
Wait, no, she isn't. That was Renesmee. I just troll-faced you. I mixed up.
Even then, I'm pretty sure.
I don't even know if Renesmee was either.
No, I think I'm like 99.9.
Renesmee was.
I think she just liked oats. I don't even think she was vegetarian.
Maybe.
No, she was.
Also, either way, I'm pretty sure that regular cake doesn't contain any meat.
No, it doesn't. I was just clarifying. Anyways, I was wrong. It was Renesmee. I troll-faced.
Anyways, it's more just like a nature thing. Like animals eat animals. Who cares?
Yeah. Okay, continue. What do you get here for her?
Is there such a thing as a zoo?
They have a menagerie. I think Grania would cry.
Yeah, that's probably
Oh.
not the move.
Yeah,
I mean, you
you're
could
right.
take her there. It
Animal
would be very
cruelty.
memorable.
No.
Yeah, no, I don't want to traumatize her with animal cruelty, actually.
Yeah, it would be really fucked up. There's magical creatures
I
in
didn't
there
think
too. It's
it.
even more depressing.
Oh god, yeah.
What would Grania like?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
The normal birthday stuff, obviously, as much as one can do that in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
the
so there's very distinct like Mithdosian
Is there-
and Tibrasian birthday traditions. So
Is
which
there
are
like
really
low-level
into?
illusion magicians that are like specialized on like party tricks and
There
stuff?
are only senators can typically afford them, but you guys are well within that like wealth strata.
Well, isn't Maximus almost a senator, or he is a senator?
No, I mean, no, technically,
Oh.
we'll get
Yeah,
into
but
that.
this is
The
about
point is, though, it's all
wealth,
about
and we're
money,
far beyond
and you guys
that.
can definitely afford one of those. For the day, it'll cost about 50 gold.
I wasn't thinking about like getting one that's like in our service for a day, but more like like asking if they have like a shop where you can buy like this like an enchanted scroll of creates a cool image or something.
You could do that, but that would cost more than just hiring an enchanter.
Like custom illusory like I'm thinking like a illusory birthday card.
Yeah, you can get that, but again, just hiring an enchanter is cheaper. His scrolls cost a lot of money.
Okay, does anybody want to chip in then?
How much are we talking?
50
here?
gold for the day.
50 gold.
Yeah. That, yeah.
I don't have barely any gold on me, so
All where's Premius? Are we
Remius
pretending he's
is
here?
praying, okay? He's getting his god on.
Mother. God damn.
Well, you said there's very traditional Mithdosian birthday celebrations.
There
so
is.
What would that consist of?
Well.
I know she's not Mithdosian, but I'm
Well,
definitely Mithdosian.
I mean,
so.
who knows? So traditional Mithdosian birthday celebrations would consist of three. So you, considering you're basically senatorial class, you would give her a senator's birthday. So the way it works is, one, you would kill an animal. It's your choice. You're sacrificing it to the Aurelian soul, so you'd put it in the fire, burn it up. Sometimes the kid would be involved in the killing of the animal. For younger kids, not really, because that's kind of wacky. But for older people, yeah, they butcher the animal and sacrifice it. Then everyone around them would say one thing that they really value about them as a person. And then finally, big party, the foods at the party would largely be savory. Sweet is not really associated with Mithdosian birthdays.
yeah, but like I don't think we're doing a let's kill an animal together birthday. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't like that.
Me hopping on
I think she'd
Mithdosian
cry.
Reddit, and all the comments are like, "Oh my god, when I was 6, I had to kill a goat. It was so traumatizing."
Yeah.
Dazed.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know any other traditions. I don't think
I mean,
other
yeah,
than
so there's also
Mithdosian.
the Tibrasian one, but yeah, it's a bit different.
What about a dwarven one? I know dwarvish. Maybe I would know a dwarven tradition.
Yeah. So first thing you do on the dwarvish birthday tradition is everyone pulls a whisker out of their beard. The birthday person pulls out a number of whiskers equal to how old they are, which for older dwarves can fucking hurt.
Oh Jesus! Oh God!
Then you gather
Rips out a
together
whole
all the
fucking-
whiskers of the assembled personages of the clan of the individual whose birthday it is, and you weave something out of it, because you typically have like tens of thousands of strands, or at least thousands of little strands of hair. And then that object is worn by the birthday haver for about a week, because dwarves live so long, they're like, fuck it, we'll just have a whole week of birthday celebrations. Over that week, everyone presents a thing that they personally made with their own blood, sweat, and tears to that person. And at the very, very end, you have a party with large amounts of alcohol consumed.
So I'm
Have we ever seen Grania have fun?
Jesus Christ.
No.
I don't know that I have. Yeah.
She has
Well, yeah,
had
you
fun,
have.
but it's largely been. I remember times, but they're almost always her
Most
alone.
of the times that she got reprimanded for using magic in the city.
Yeah,
Yeah, she had some fun with Severus sometimes.
that's true. That's true. They had there was the scroll race incident, but that was with Severus and Renesmee.
Was Grania drawing? Was that one of the things she liked doing, or was that Renesmee?
I-
That was.
No, that was Grania. Oh,
Granny
fuck, I thought
drew
we
it.
could-
I don't think
okay.
she liked it necessarily.
Oh,
Dude, this is
I
the
thought you were
saddest shit I've ever
being
heard.
well, I think Granny
She
loves
liked
it.
good
So I'm
food, and she's liked playing, and she was okay with going out to that theater thing one time, but more so she liked the shopping part of it less than going to the thing. But that was all with Severus. I don't know how many that's even been related to the party.
I don't think any of it has. When the fuck was Severus talking about fun times he had with Grania to the rest of the party?
yeah. When were you on like a shopping trip with Severus?
Yeah.
We went to the theater.
No,
At least
yeah,
it's
they
all
did that.
influence.
They had lots of fun. I'm just saying, I don't know when
Yeah.
Severus would have explained this to other people.
I mean, the only
That's
thing you
so
could probably see is when she
fucking
came back from that, she had the nice clothes that she took very well
yeah,
care
that was
of.
really
so.
sweet. That's so fucking
Oh,
sad.
okay. Then I'm gonna take you. Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Okay,
When
all
you
right.
get up.
He's got his thing worked out. Ethan, you know what you're doing? All right, he doesn't. Echo, do you know what you're doing? Don't tell me what it
Yeah.
is to
Yes.
surprise Dota. Okay, you know what you're doing. All right, Ethan, big pressure. They both know what they're doing to celebrate Granny's birthday. You know
Well,
what you're
I
doing.
have an idea what I'm doing. I might need more funding from somebody else because I don't have much money left.
Just
All
be
right.
the magician yourself, Corvus. Come on.
Well,
No, not about
who
that.
thinks that their
I think I
idea
just got that idea.
would come temporally first in the day? Like right after Grania wakes up.
What time does she wake up?
That's a great question. Grania, when do you wake up?
If not woken, probably the earliest 11, if not like 12.
That is what I assumed as well.
Are you a breakfast eater? Do you eat right when you get up?
Yeah, sure. She eats breakfast.
Okay. Then something can happen before me.
Okay. Corvus, what do you want to do? Or let me rephrase that. Does your thing happen after she wakes up?
I mean, it's like a present, so I think I want to do that when
Later
we're
on.
like all together.
Okay. Maximus, do you know what you're doing?
I have a vague idea.
Does it happen after she wakes up?
I mean, yeah, it mine's not time specific.
Well, Grania,
So I suppose
we'll start with your day. Your eyes open up. The fluttering one is anxious. He's sitting on your windowsill. Your window is open, and it's weird. You can tell he's hiding something behind his back, both visually in your head, because you can like see what he looks like, and also because he's thinking about the thing he's hiding behind his back, so you know exactly what it is. He's holding an acorn behind his back. And he's staring at you.
Is this all the day right after?
So this is 2 days after you received that information from Kato.
And the party didn't see me store them out. They were already gone.
No, yeah, that was just you, Kato, and a fluttering one.
Okay.
And once he can tell that you're awake, because he can sense it through your bond, he'll say, "I have a gift for you."
She'll just like rub her eyes as she's kind of waking up still.
And he will
yawn. What is
Close
it?
the window behind him, pull the curtains, which is a weirdly human thing, like to watch him do. I mean, it makes sense. He's intelligent, but still. And then he breaks his invisibility and extends an acorn in your direction.
What's this for?
I have been informed by sources close to the earth that this is the day that you emerge from your mother's uterus.
She seems kind of taken aback by the description. You mean my birthday?
Yes. Happy.
She's... She'll take the acorn. Thank you. And kind of look at it. Does it seem any different than a normal
No.
acorn?
He says,
Okay.
"You may gnaw on it, as we did in the trees."
She'll try to gnaw on it.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a couple hours to get through the outer husk of these things.
Okay.
He's still anxious, though, and he'll curl up in your hair and say, "Go out to the living quarters. I am sure that something is waiting." He does not seem confident that something is waiting.
A little bit of background information. After we left the Praetor's office, did I sense anything from him? Did I?
Yeah.
What kind of happened between now and then?
I mean, he is. You and him are like closer to one person than two people, because like your emotions become his become yours. It's kind of like muddy and overlapping. So he felt pretty similar to how you did.
Okay. And now leading up to this point, he had a pretty big change, because I've probably not been in the best.
No, you're in fucking depressed, but he's like nervous, happy.
She'll just sigh and then start heading downstairs. I guess get ready for the day.
Yeah. You pull on your wizard robes. It's the only. I mean, you have fine clothes, but those are, I don't know, feel weird to wear
Special
on
occasion.
a normal basis.
Yeah.
And then you head downstairs. And I guess we'll start with Maximus. Maximus, what are the circumstances surrounding your gift?
We're gonna go out, and she gets to choose it.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
as you head down Grania, it's about noon. You walk into the central area, and Maximus is there, not wearing his armor, but wearing clothes, normal clothes.
Morning, Grania. I heard it was your birthday today. Happy birthday, first off. And, I noticed you've been a little down recently. We all have, considering what you went through. It makes sense, but thought you might like something to cheer you up. So we're gonna head into the city. You'll find out where we're going once we get there, but hopefully it'll make you feel a bit better.
She'll let out a big yawn, still rubbing her eyes, and just nod.
The fluttering one seems immensely relieved. And yeah, you can follow Maximus into the city. Where are you taking the Grania individual?
Alex, is there a place that sells, just like a botany store of some kind?
Yeah, flower shops are quite popular.
Other than like flowers.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So-
Yeah, here in Gnosis, there'd probably be like one maintained by a herbalist for the purposes of herbalism. But because, almost really anything, if you're willing to stress the definition of herbalism enough, is useful. Like for eating versus medicine. Like you'll be able to find an herbalist shop that has a greenhouse attached that should have almost any type of plant you could think of.
Okay, we'll head there.
Yeah. You've only been here a couple times before because they sell healing poultices, which, soldiers on the plains will buy literally fucking anything if someone tells them it'll heal them, regardless of how snake oily and functional it actually is. Though these actually did work, which is why you kept going back.
Yeah.
And you'll head in. It is a very old couple, like 70, in their 70s. And you will ask to take your compatriot to the back area just to pick. And you pay, basically, if you take anything, you pay for what you end up taking. And Grania, you've seen, you know what farming is obviously, but greenhouses are unique. Like these don't really occur in Athelorn, obviously, because they're man-made. So you see this like glass box, which looks like it took a lot of effort to make, because making a solid glass pane is so hard with like glass working of this era. It looks like some magic may have been involved, potentially, or just really skilled craftsmanship. It's always hard to distinguish the two. And when you follow Maximus in, it's muggy and hot. It feels like it went from like October weather to you're sweltering and sweating the moment you step inside, and it's like 100% humidity. But this area is covered with tons of mundane plants. Now, to be clear, there is not a single Athelorn flower in this entire greenhouse, because those can't grow on this plane of existence. But there are plenty of mundane plants.
Look to Grania. My treat. Take as many or as few or whatever type you want. That your room could use a little sprucing up.
Yeah, I think whenever she looks in, part of her wants to get really excited about all of this, but then like all the stuff that's been going on in the back of her mind makes her. She's happier about it. She's at least looking at some different flowers she had in mind, but
yeah, the fluttering one will whisper in your ear
catch her eye
and demand that you buy at least one thing. As for what would catch your eye, I imagine that things with bright primary colors like yellow, purple, things like that would attract you because those look the most similar to things in Athel Loren. Like a nice like purple orchid or like a fuchsia. I mean, these don't glow, which is what they would if they were proper Athel Loren flowers. And I think that honestly, the way I'm describing it is also how you think about it. Like as you look at these flowers, you're like, oh, it's so pretty, but in Athel Loren.
Not real. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think you pick out a couple like drooping lilies
Well, I guess
that are
another
bright
question.
yellow. And...
A, did Placentia ever give her any specific flowers? And B, were there any specific flowers that were native to where she, around that town she got picked up from?
Placentia, certainly not. She was not sentimental in that type of way. In terms of where you grew up, I think there's something called let me go fact check this. Fact check by Real Progression Patriots. Let me pull it up. Is this a real plant? It is a real plant. Yeah, there's something called the tiger lily that was native to the border of the Feywood. They don't really grow anywhere else other than the boundary of the Athel Loren. So these grew near Pelty. And you normally can't grow them in Mithdosica, but because of this tailored environment, they have a clutch of them.
Okay. I'll pick out that and probably a... Was it an what color's an orchid again?
Orchids come in a bunch of different colors.
Anyone that's bright purple. I'll get the tiger lily and then any bright purple
I
flower.
opened a new tab to look up tiger lily and it worked my roll 20. What the fuck? Okay, anyways. Yeah.
I know what it looks like, so don't worry.
You get several handfuls of flowers, tiger lilies, orchids of multiple different varieties, and you end up with several. Do you want pots or do you want like a bouquet type thing?
Probably. Yeah, I think she'd want to see them grow if they're gonna keep them.
Yeah, certainly.
And I don't think she'd get a ton of different flowers. I think she'd get like 2 or 3 specific ones and but multiple of them to grow them.
Okay, yeah. So despite initial trepidation, you come away with enough flowers that Maximus needs to carry some, so that you can get them all back.
And is there like a little cactus or something, like a small one? Those
There
tiny
is
ones that
a
people
single
grow?
imported Alceranian cactus.
Oh, okay. I'll grab that too.
There's also Badland scrub grass, but that's like maybe the most boring plant
Gross.
ever.
But why would I'll
wanna
go
share it
out
with
and
you.
like grab some.
Hey, Badlands, not fucking. That's from Hathon.
Oh,
Okay, it's a little
Badlands,
bit,
that's
a little
fair,
bit
yeah.
rare. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, they got
yeah.
tumbleweeds they sell.
Tumbleweed.
But yeah, you gather together several pots. I mean, this would cost like sub 1 electrum, to be completely honest. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, you can drop an electrum there. Yeah, and then you return. Grania, it's kind of weird because like, if like Maximus was happy and he wanted to make you happy, there are very few ways he can do that other than like acts of service to hope that he can express how he feels. The fluttering one though, if he's happy, you literally do feel happy because of your like emotional bond. So he is so like forcefully trying to make this a good day that you do find yourself like just smiling like as you go home carrying these clay pots with Maximus because the fluttering one is fucking determined to make this a good day.
Yeah.
And
I think
eventually,
after she starts feeling some of those emotions as well, she leans into
yeah,
it a little bit after feeling like shit for like the past couple days.
yeah. And you return, you put them in your windowsill of your room. They'll get plenty of light, though you were warned about temperature. These will probably not survive the winter, but hey, they'll survive at least a month or two, maybe, potentially. And they're in a house, so it's better than outside. Corvus, would you like to do...
Well, with prestidigitation, I can both.
Oh, true, yeah, as
hold
long as
on,
you're
I'll
here
keep
in the
them
villa,
alive,
you
right?
can keep that perfectly intact.
I didn't say what I was gonna do, so I don't want anyone to steal my idea.
Monka,
Uh,
yes.
Okay.
All right.
Because I was really afraid Maximus was going to, and he said he's going to town.
All right,
to go
you next,
shopping.
Yogi. You next. You next.
Why do you do that?
You go next. You go next.
Yeah, we're going, happy birthday, Grania. Let's go back to the city, lol. And then, I know you've got nice clothes, but the shoes are looking worse for wear. We've been doing a lot of walking. Let's get new shoes.
Does she wear shoes?
Well,
I thought so,
as a
right?
mage,
Don't you
she
have
wears
to?
slippers. Yeah,
Okay.
she wears battle
Let's get you
slippers,
some
which sound silly, but they're
good
not.
ones.
They're quite efficient.
Battle slippers.
Yes, they are.
Some fresh ones.
They are slip-on shoes with tactile grippy bits at the bottom. They're actually very nice for wizards. But, yeah, you go to a cobbler, and if Granny does not have qualms wearing leather or animal bits, which I don't think she does, then you can buy a really, really nice pair of shoes for 1 gold.
Do you like them, Grania?
How do they look? Like, how can I imagine them fitting the fine clothes?
Yeah,
That's what
so-
I'm thinking about in my mind.
So these would not be for your fine clothes. These would be for your battle mage robes. If you wanted, you could also get another pair for your fine clothes. The main limiter here is that you're not very comfortable in like traditional Mythosian fashion, which would involve like
That's true.
stiletto, like
So, yeah, I think
high
also pretty much
heels,
just
which
use-
would be uncomfortable as fuck.
You're right.
Yeah, but I mean, these would look great with your battle mage robes because I believe your battle mage robes are green. Fact check me.
I
Green.
believe that is correct. Yes.
Yeah, so you can get like green
Actually, for
satin.
real Mythosian patriots.
You can get like green satin, hobnailed battle slippers, and you'll be pretty dripped out. You'll be green top to green from neck but down.
Okay, and then I want to do, since I'm the metro, feminine guy of the group.
True. Not wrong.
Let's go get a Manny. Get our nails done.
I hate
How do you
that.
feel about that? You hate that? Okay, what about
she'll
a
ask you to
haircut?
describe what it is because she doesn't know.
Okay, it's like I show my nails and I show where there's like dirt under them. They clean all this. They cut it to make it look really nice. I point at a nice looking woman that's walking by that has good nails, and I'll say like that.
Dude, that's so funny.
They'll
Also,
physically,
they would
like,
probably also
cringe
put her in
in
like
their face.
traditional Mythosian makeup, which involves making her skin look paler.
Yeah, you'll see her face like cringe, and she'll look back at you and shake her head no.
No. Haircut? What about a new hairstyle?
She'll also shake her head no.
No.
I mean, you probably see the way
Well,
that she looks right now. She's
yeah.
not exactly very.
Yeah, there's a
excited at
nest
first.
in your fucking hair.
Right. Just trying to give you a makeover, But that's fine. You look happy with the shoes.
Okay.
All right. Well, happy birthday. If there's anything else you want, I mean, I'm happy to help you with. But I think some of the other people might have something in mind too, and I'll do a. No, I won't do that. That's weird to wink, so I won't do it.
Dude, you guys are like the worst uncles of all time. Okay.
She'll do a sign, thank you.
Grania, you return to the.
She'll kind of be like watching her, looking down at her feet, kind of as she's walking to admire the shoes.
Yeah, you return. And Corbus, what do you got? What do you got planned? What's up your sleeve?
Alright, so I was gonna go to a professional craftsman, like a wood
Sure.
craftsman. Not with her, without her.
Okay.
And I would want them to do a wait. It's like
Waiting.
paint coating for wood, is that invented yet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that protected from weather and stuff? But
I
it's
mean,
clear, like see-through?
oh, see-through? No, not really. That's plastic.
I
They've
know.
been varnishing. Is that what you mean?
Like lacquer.
Oh, yeah. They have that. They've had that shit since
Like
like
sealing
Bronze
lacquer.
Age. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, basically I would want to get like a carved necklace, like pendant that
Ooh.
reminds her of like the Feywild. Something
Yeah.
that looks like a tree. But not like a tree we have in Mythdosia, but like a gigantic, big, special tree.
Yeah.
Corvus doesn't really know what the Feywild looks like, except for the tiny amounts he's been like in like demi-planes, and he's been like told a bit.
Okay.
So he'll have to improvise, but he wants it to look fucking fantastical.
Okay.
And
And
then
you want to
he'll get,
present
like,
this to
a-
her at like the social gathering at the end of the day?
Yeah, probably,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, Granny,
And I'll also want to get a nice like she basically keeps her spellcasting focus. It's like a branch, and she just keeps it like in her like pouch or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I
She
wanna
only
get,
takes
like,
it
a-
out most of the time whenever she's actually recharging spells.
You know,
Not
it is
because she
really
uses
funny
it
if
in
you
the
think about
pouch.
it. She's just carrying around a fucking branch.
Yeah, I want to get
really
like a proper like a leather bag for it.
Okay. A sheath
Like a nice
for her
looking one.
branch. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Make it sound weird if you want to.
No, it's not weird. It's just funny.
Yeah.
All right. Grania, after your time with Zednius, you go to go into the estate, but Maximus insists preparations are being made and you need to fuck off for a couple hours. So, you leave Grania, and it's been a while since you haven't had access to your villa, because it's super easy for you to mope for an entire day in that villa. You're really good at that. And you don't have someone dragging you to go do a thing. So I think the last time that I can recall Grania had free time like this was do you remember when you had the Mythos mission and you were told to go make friends with a member of that guy's family that you were stalking?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the last time I remember Grania having completely unsupervised, unstructured free time to kind of do whatever she wanted with. So I assume you would go to a park and go look out at the ocean, because that's what we did last time.
Yeah, I don't think she's as much wanting to make friends there and stuff, but she'll definitely go there and just kind of sit and take in nature and enjoy it.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, last time it wasn't so much making friends, it was stalking with the intent of destroying that girl's family. So it's probably a good
Well,
thing.
she used it more as an excuse of that just to make a friend.
Yeah.
She didn't really care about the other stuff.
Hoping so hard.
So yeah, you head down to the shore with the fluttering one, and he doesn't say anything. He doesn't really need to. You're a bit past that on this particular day, because it's clear he's satisfied with himself. And I don't think Corvus would have thought about this. I don't think Zednius Maximus would have thought about this, but I think you think about this. How the fuck does the fluttering one know when you were born? How would he be equipped with that information? How?
My assumption is just that the Mother of Groves told him something.
How would she know?
She probably doesn't. But
Okay, yeah.
she probably
All right, yeah.
impregnated a day.
I think
that
as you're
they just-
sitting there, at the park,
Yeah.
you're like, this motherfucker made that shit up. He doesn't know when I'm born. There's no way he knows that.
I mean, did Passentia or anyone else ever celebrate birthdays? Do actually have a
They
day
just
that
made,
everyone's
Passentia
on?
told you, she just picked a date. Because, they don't have a birthday for you in Pelty. And obviously, you know your own history. The Scalata doesn't know where you were born. The only people that do are dead, so.
But the day that Passentia picked is not today.
No, the day that Passentia picked was the day that she first discovered you, which was the day you emerged from Athaloran. The day you emerged
Because
from
he would know
Athaloran,
about that day.
he would, but I don't think he would consider that. That's the day you were basically
Interesting.
branded by Imperial bureaucracy as a member of the state, because that's when you emerged into Pelty, and they said you're a person and this is your name, and all that stuff. So, yeah.
I think whenever she's just kind of sitting and enjoying the park, she'll just ask him telepathically, "How do you know?"
The facade crumbles. And he, from within your little nest in your hair, he'll say, "It's as good a date as any. You're looking taller-ish."
She'll just laugh at that.
Yeah.
And she'll just kind of respond back, "Fair enough."
And after the sun's gone down a bit more, you make your way back to the villa. And Ethan, putting you on the spot, what sort of decorations would Maximus have put up with limited notice?
Fuck.
No plastic. You got paper. You have limited servants. It's mostly just you doing it.
We'll just cut out a happy birthday, out of paper. That up. I'll put some of the plants that she just got around the area where the party will be.
Yeah. Based.
Really, not
Dude, I'm
really
just
sure.
thinking of a 35-year military veteran just being like, fuck, what do teenage girls like? That's so funny. Okay. Yeah, you do your best, Maximus. Zednius or Corvus, do either of you have contributions to the decor?
Earthy. Try to make it earthy, right?
How would you make a party earthy?
Plants.
You know, sprinkle some dirt.
Okay. I kind of thought that's where it was going. All right, we had some plants. Okay, that's good. That's good. Cool. Well, you enter into this, like the central courtyard where the fountain is has been slightly converted. Some vines are creeping down that they clearly bought and like descended from the wall. There's like a trellis that was not there this morning that doesn't look particularly healthy, like the vines that are woven into it. There is a large, very poorly cut out sign that says happy birthday in Mythosian script's pretty long, so this is like 30 characters that says like happy birthday to Grania, like your full thing. Maximus, how old is she turning?
17?
Okay, the number says 17 up there with the name. And in the center of it all, near the edge of the fountain, there are a couple of the plants that you got, and there is a smorgasbord of food. There's honey cakes and apple tarts. There is sweet food and spicy food and savory food, because ultimately I think the three, when these three were putting their brain power together of like, fuck, Mythosian or Tibrashan, the answer would just be both. I mean, you have enough money that you can like just get it all. So there is Tibrashan street food and Mythosian like senatorial food and Mythosian street food and like Boyer's food, and just everything that you could conceivably get within about 8 hours is arrayed across the table. And Corvus, at what point in the celebration, after the happy birthday, would you like to deliver your gifts?
Like pretty much right after.
Okay, well,
I'll let her like have a slice of the cake and to enjoy one, and then I'll bring out the gift.
yeah. Grania, you're sitting down on the lip of the fountain. Maximus and Zennius are over in the corner being like, fuck, did we do this?
How much did they cost me, by the way?
So the wooden amulet would cost like 2 electrum, basically.
Okay.
Actually, you wanted expedited, so like 4 electrum. But yeah, as Maximus and Zennius are over in the corner.
Electrum.
You don't
I'm
have
gonna
4
overpay
electrum?
with gold.
He's so broke.
I'm gonna tip this guy by giving him a gold instead.
Okay, have fun.
Fuck it, dude.
Maximus and Zennius are off in the corner admiring their handiwork, and Corvus will sit down on the lip of the fountain next to you, Grania, holding 2 little wooden boxes. No, a wooden box and a thing wrapped in brown paper. There we go.
She'll look over at it and just sign, what's this for?
For your birthday, and then I'll cast a little prestidigitation, like a small puff of smoke, just like a little whimsical, not really anything amazing or serious. And then I'll hand her the sheath first.
Yeah, you tear apart the brown paper, and there's a circular shaped thing that looks kind of like a scroll case made out of leather with like motifs of trees and flowers along the exterior of it.
She'll just like kind of turn it around and like look at it and look inside of it and like look kind of confused.
Or your wand.
She'll
The
tilt her
branch you
head,
use.
and then she'll like, oh, her like realization will kind of be there, and then pull it out. Does it even fit?
It is, yeah. I mean, it certainly does fit. It's a branch. It's a leafless, dead branch of arguably your adoptive mom, and then you put it inside of a leather sheath. It fits, for sure.
Yeah, I think she probably won't use it that much because it feels weird to put this thing inside of it. Whatever, it's like, this is nature. You just put nature in fucking like man-made leather.
Yeah, but like, I don't know.
But she likes the sentiment.
Okay, and then second, I'll hand you the little box.
She'll grab it. She'll put it up to her ear and shake it.
Yeah, there's a very slight rattling noise of wood hitting wood.
And then she'll open it up.
Yeah, I mean, Heko described it before quite lovely, but it is a large, branching tree, large at the bottom, large at the top, of lacquered wood, a necklace meant to be like a pendant with a piece of string attached to it, meant to be worn around the neck. And admittedly, it does not look like Scalatha or really any tree from Athelorn, but they weren't, they were working with limited data. It's big, which is like, it's meant to look big, which is the most important thing. And they even the artist added little details like carved birds in the branches of the trees, and even a single little pixie, though he got pixies wrong. He made them look like little humans instead of little bugs. But, listen, he did his best.
You'll take note of that specific detail since no one's ever brought up the fluttering one to her.
Yeah.
But she'll sign thank you and then hold it out towards him.
Like, hold it out as in she doesn't want it?
No, but she'll hold it out towards you if you can catch context clues. Otherwise, I'll spell it out.
Oh, I'm stupid. You want me to put it on you?
She'll nod.
Okay. I'll stand up and
Before
fast with my
I'll also communicate telepathically with the fluttering one. Like, he may touch you, so if you want to disappear.
Yeah, he bamfs out of existence.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm gonna have to touch your hair for this. That's
Yeah, you
inevitable.
part, and there is a very weird opening, like a gap in her hair, and it's warm. But you would try to ignore that, what the fuck that is, and you just clasp the little silver clasp. And
That's
that's
where her gigantic brain goes, of course.
True. And as you do that, there is a knock at the door of the villa.
I mean, I'm gonna finish.
Yeah, for sure. I don't
Playing
expect you
Madonna.
to be the one to answer. Maximus, Sednius, one of you go to answer.
Oh yeah, I'll go answer the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You walk over, you open up the door. On the other side is a familiar face. He's a man, mid 50s, maybe late 50s, white kind of hair that sticks to his side. He's mostly bald, kind of a leathery face with various scars across it. And at the moment, he's wearing basically just like common traveling clothes. And he'll say, Maximus, it's been a couple of months, must have been.
Do I recognize who it is?
This is Tullius.
Oh. Hello, Tullius.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything. And he kind of glances over your shoulder.
Just having a little get-together for Grania's birthday,
Oh.
is all.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm unequipped with a gift.
I don't think she'll mind too much.
Is my son in?
Yes. Yeah, he's right through here. Come
Yeah.
in, please.
Grania, as you're, going to look down at your necklace, you see, Maximus talking to someone, but you largely ignore it, and then out of the corner of your eye, you see Tullius. I mean, I'm sure you remember, you don't particularly like him. He has threatened to murder this fluttering one multiple times.
Yeah.
Zenius, you see your adoptive father. He looks fine, though you do notice a new scar on his cheek. Most other people probably wouldn't notice it, but you are quite acquainted with the many physical imperfections of him because you've just known him for so long. And yeah, he has a new scar right on his cheek, just below his eye. And Corvus, you see Tullius, and I don't think you would recognize him, right?
No, I don't think he's met him.
I've been told about
Yeah, you've been told about him.
man,
You've been,
but I don't know what he looks like.
Yeah.
I met him.
So this man enters, and well, Zenius, what's your reaction? I want to leave room for you. Yogi's muted, and he probably thinks he's unmuted. It's so Jover.
Well, I'll cut in real quick then.
You see them?
Grania's smile will fade as he walks in, and she'll be more scowling at him.
Yeah, the fluttering one is. It's a good thing he's not here. We'll put it that way.
You
Yeah.
can see
Where are we?
You're in the villa celebrating Grania's birthday.
Okay, yeah, and he's like he's making himself known.
Yeah, he just walked in the door.
I'll run and go hug him.
Yeah, he'll pat you on the back and say,
Oh, I wasn't gone that long. Couldn't have been more than 6 months.
It was too long. I'm glad you're okay, and I'll linger my eyes on the new scar.
Oh, yes, I'm doing just fine. All that business on the plains is dealt with. I'm, of course, acquainted with Maximus, and happy birthday, Grania. I'm sorry I didn't bring you a present.
You just go like, and like look away from him.
And he'll look at you, Corvus, and extend a hand. I think I've heard about you, but only by reputation.
And you must be Tullius.
Yes, Zednius' father.
I'm Corvus. Corvus Aminis Sinius Viria.
Viria. Oh, a pleasure to meet someone from such an esteemed and venerable house.
That's a very. I'm not saying this a lot. This is just such a docile thing to say. Jesus.
Yeah, of course it is.
Holy.
And,
I'll shake his hand. Hold a fake smile.
yeah, Tullius will shake it a little bit longer, and he doesn't really have a smile. He just has this slight, uplifted lips. He doesn't really smile.
Yeah.
But he'll break off the handshake and say, "Well, Maximus, how's your senatorship progressing?"
I mean, quite well.
Good.
So far,
There's been
once
no
my
problems
troubles
with
are
your ascension to quaestorship?
I don't think so, right, Alex? I
No,
haven't heard
not really.
anything.
Now, there is
No,
one
just one-
detail which you may choose whether or not to share with him. The Horatii said, yeah, you're currently on track to become a quaestor, but can you really trust Tullius? They can get you to quaestor instead. So you did receive an alternate offer as to how to become a quaestor, but I don't know if you want to bring that up.
Did I accept the offer?
You said maybe.
I mean, I won't bring it up. I'm sure he already knows anyway, so.
Maybe.
Yeah,
He's
whatever.
been in the wilderness for 6 months.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But I don't know that.
Maybe. Yeah, you just know he's been absent. But yeah, he'll nod and say, well, I'm glad it's going well. I'm sorry to interrupt the celebration like this, but I'll need to steal my son away for a couple of minutes. If you'd like, since you're still celebrating, I could have one of my servants bring some wine.
I'll look towards Grania. I imagine her face isn't exactly beaming
Yeah,
at
he'll
that
interrupt
prospect.
and say, oh, I wouldn't worry. It's not going to be poisoned or anything.
Well, no, it's just that she's, no, it'll be okay. Oh, thank you, Tullius.
And I'm sure she can drink. I've seen children half her age get drunk.
Have you now?
Steadies the hands.
If you say so.
And he'll say, well, Zednius, there's lots to discuss.
Yes. Yes, there is.
And he'll head up to your room. And once you get into private, a bit of his mask slips in the sense that he deflates. He has this presence of arrogance at almost all times. You've almost never seen it actually lift, even in private with you. But the one time, other that you remember this, is when you were dying on a literal death slab. And this time he kind of deflates, and he looks like... The last time you spoke to him, he said he had to go do something, and he looked intense, like he was murderous. What he looks like now is hollow. The expression he does is emotionless. And he starts to speak like twice each time he kind of trails off before finishing the sentence.
Are you... I'll put my hand on his shoulder. Is there anything I can get you?
You lost a brother, Zednius.
Yes.
Not Severus.
Oh,
The face he's making now,
an Optimer.
he looks hurt. More hurt than you've ever seen him. Ever. After the death of Severus, after your literal death, he did not look this hurt. And he shakes his head. No, not Optimer either. A pupil. He was a good, great warrior. But my task on the plains is done. I'm back for good this time. There's much work to do, and new weapons forged to conduct that work with. Blades sharpened.
I suspect that your time as judge is nearing its conclusion. Bigger and better things are required of you going forward.
Will you be able to get me out of it then? It seems like things are going well. Okay. I have some news. I don't know if you know of what's been happening here. Probably not.
No, I've been eastward.
The man that you warned me about, Bogdi, he's with the Sons of the Republic. And as his fellow Judge Corvus.
Yeah, his expression will change from one of like, for a moment, that was maybe the real Tullius. It was certainly how Tullius wanted to present. He wanted to present as like this mourning person who lost someone close to him. His face locks the fuck in. Like it goes from, oh, I'm feeling emotions to, okay, how can I best make this situation advantage to me? Like what's the logistics here? Like he's instantly enters planning mode. He sort of nods. I see. And is Bogdi still living in Tarocco?
I don't know. We've been far away.
And you haven't
he knows
contacted
that I don't. No, it did not end well the last time we met.
How'd you learn this information?
He stole. I heard a conversation with them while we were doing a mission together.
You were doing a mission with Bogdi?
Yes, for Hetagal. It was.
You haven't told anyone else this, correct?
No, of course not.
Especially not Cato.
No.
Good.
I suspect that if I were to, Corvus might have enough information to take me down as well.
No, it'd be a waste sharing that with Cato.
He smiles. An
But
actual
they also
smile.
got the Okay. How much gold was it that they got? Like 300.
I think it was like
1,000
3
gold?
million. Maybe Tekka would have
3
this number, but
million.
it was several $1 million. I remember that.
Okay. That much gold from the mission that they stole from me, essentially,
The gold is irrelevant.
with threats.
But Sons of the Republic
Okay.
as a judge.
He'll put his hand on your shoulder.
Did you know that they had Frumentari as well?
Yes, I knew about the
That-
Frumentari part. That was a part of my business eastward. But I didn't know Bogdi was one, though I could have probably figured it out. I knew there was something off with him. And a judge. That means they're making far more progress than we thought. Has he told you anything about his family? Sisters, brothers, parents?
Nothing. I don't know. He's a mystery. He has an uncle. An uncle that he meets with.
2 wines are going to be delivered to this residence once we're done with our conversation. They're going to look identical. One will have a red dot on the bottom. The one with red dot is going to have a higher alcohol content. Make sure you only partake in the other one. Once Corvus's lips are plied, see if you can learn if he has any family members. Weak points. You've done a very good job.
One more thing. I'll need help identifying this, and I'll pull out the green cloak.
Is it like the cowl?
Is it what?
Is it like the cowl?
It's similar. It belonged to an archfey.
I see. He extends a hand.
I don't know all the properties.
Yeah, he'll extend a hand, like, for you to hand it to him.
Oh, to grab it? Oh, of course, yeah.
I'll have it identified and returned. Make sure you don't look. Well, that doesn't matter. Good. Good. I'm going to make sure your next assignment brings you to the Imperial Heartland. I need you close to the capital in a couple of months. Things are afoot. Make sure to get that information from Corvus. Inform me if you learn of any family members of his. You're doing well. Very well.
And he gives you a smile, and, you know, I frequently describe his smile as not reaching his eyes, and I don't think Zenius really picks up on that. It's more so for the players know, but this is like a full-on fucking, he is excited, borderline manic. This is huge news for him. You get the sense, and Zenius especially gets the sense, this did not go that well for him. He clearly is alive, so whatever he did in the East worked out, like, well enough, but he was not feeling great at the end of it, but this is huge. So he's very happy. So he will pat you on the shoulder and say, only a little bit longer, and we won't need to scheme in the shadows anymore. You're a good son.
Good. I'll hug him.
He will pat you on the back. And he will exit gracefully. He'll inform the others that he's having wine sent over so they can enjoy the celebration. The vibes are obliterated at the party. The function is not popping by the time he leaves.
Vibe terrorist goals.
Vibe terrorist. And Yogi, you return, and Zenius returns. And do you have a method to get information? Like, basically, after, you return to the party and these 2 bottles of wine from Tullius shows up, this is more of a question to everyone else because Zenius doesn't have much control over this. Do the vibes return? Do you guys continue to celebrate Grania's birthday once Tullius leaves?
She's definitely gonna be eyeballing Zenius a lot.
It's like every time you forget that Tullius is related to him, Tullius shows up.
Yeah, we were actually, we were connected. I got you a nice present, and then Tullius was like, "Oh yeah."
Vibes shattered.
Okay, well
I know
then,
she confronted Severus about it once. Did she ever confront Zenius?
probably. I feel like she must have.
I don't think she has.
Oh, you're right.
because
She wasn't that
barely
close to him.
signed. I barely signed. Yeah, I barely signed.
I think it was only with Severus.
Yeah.
And I think that the fluttering one also wanted to be wary of me, maybe, or I'm not 100%.
He just hates
sure. But I don't think that we've. Yeah.
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 Okay. Well, the vibes are a bit obliterated. Grania enjoys a couple more warm wishes, but eventually she needs her space from being surrounded by humans all day. So I think that Grania would probably be the first to retire. Maximus, you get to tell more of the details of what you were up to, and it's not under any sort of protection, so this just gets to be like a good old war story, and you get to be shockingly drunk from Tullius's wine. I don't think you would ever make the connection. Maximus just doesn't strike me as that type of person to be like, what am I drinking? What is my intoxication level as I tell the story? But yeah, you start to get a bit rowdy as you get to the end of how you dealt with that problem. You start talking about the Second Boyers Revolt, then you get Corvus roped in because he fucking firebombed people in that war. And Corvus, I'd like you to make a perception check. Was champion.
Corvus.
14.
Echo fell asleep.
No.
What? No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Corvus, I think it's about 11 p.m. Maximus is still awake with you. He's starting to fade though. And you start to realize that this wine, which is fortified wine, you've had things like this your entire life, is getting you a bit more sauced than usual. I don't think normal people would ever really notice this, to be completely honest. I think, they're celebrating the night, they're just drinking with the boys. They're not, measuring the amount of glasses they're drinking, they're just enjoying it. But I think that for you, this is a big concern for someone in your industry, the industry of, espionage and treason. So I think that you'll be aware that you are more drunk than you should be at this point in the evening. Does that change your behavior at all?
I did just meet Tullius.
You did.
And then they discussed something.
It is his wine.
It is his wine.
And it's his wine. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna start drinking considerably less.
Okay.
I'll pretend like I'm okay, but I'll be drinking very, very, very slowly.
I see. So by the time Maximus retires to sleep, and it's just Corvus and Zenius. Corvus, you're basically sober. You've been slowly drinking for hours at this point and making sure to intersperse with a decent amount of water. So the two of you are awake and basically sober. Is tonight the night, Zenius? Do you try to get this information from him, or is this for a future evening? I mean, you can roughly tell that he's... Actually, I guess this would be performance versus perception if you're trying to cover it up. And you are, right, Corvus?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yes.
Performance from Corvus.
Performance or
Deception,
deception?
from deception works fine as well. I think that's as legit. So,
Well, they're the same modifier for me actually.
Right.
So
and then
10.
perception from Zednius. You can tell he's not that drunk.
Insight.
I think insight
Okay,
and perception would
it's
actually
not
be very
tonight.
similar here. Okay, it's not tonight. Well,
Yeah.
then you guys, share some very light chit chat and then part ways because I don't think you guys particularly like
How
each other.
old is Corvus?
How old are you, Corvus? I don't remember.
38.
38.
Oh,
Jesus. Rose geriatric. No, I
It's
didn't
not
know
a
young
that.
hopper
JK,
anymore.
just trolling.
Pushing 40.
Alrighty.
I mean, that's where you are with 38.
It's true. You guys part ways. This will be future Zednius' problem to find Corvus' family so they can be used in bargain chips to force Corvus to serve an empire which he hates. Truly, the mind of Tullius is a beautiful thing. And this is the final thing. What I'm about to say is going to be the final thing we do for the Green Rider, this arc. Consul Lars Ignia. You may remember him. He was the former master of judges. Is found dead in his estate in the city of Mythos on October 31st of 1280. The public would hear that he had passed, and considering he was in his late 60s, such an idea was not unheard of. Natural death cannot be revived out of. It simply is the nature of things. An appendix bursting, your heart failing to pump. You bring someone back, they immediately die again. The truth of the death, though...
You can't revive somebody from a burst appendix?
Nope.
I thought it would not be like necessarily a natural death.
That is considered a natural death.
I thought that would be like a preventable death.
Nope.
The same way, like, if somebody stabbed you in the appendix.
Correct.
That's different, though?
That is different.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry,
go on.
One sec. Yogi asked me a question. It's unlocked me because it takes 30 seconds for me to open a DM and then close the DM because my... Anyways, don't worry about it.
no.
The truth of
That's
the
true.
death is far more bewildering. The cause of death was simple to diagnose. It was a dagger to the throat. No sign of struggle pointed out that it probably couldn't have been like someone breaking into Lars' home. It could have been a stealthy assassin, but the Department of Faith hired tons of investigators. This is the Deputy Autarch. That was his new rank. He is the second highest ranking member of one of the most powerful departments in the Empire. That makes him, depending on how you choose to measure it, in the top 10 most powerful people in the entire Empire. And yet, no amount of magic or standard investigation methods could find a culprit. The consul's soul was also missing, which is why he couldn't be revived, because the old age thing was used as a cover-up. And this fact is known by everyone in the highest echelons of the Department of Faith. Now, lowly judges in the Department of Civility would never learn this information, but amongst those in the Department of Faith, it is known that the second highest ranking member of their department was killed by an assassin, and no one knows how. There is one little detail, though, known only by two people in the Empire. The first is the Autarch of Faith. Consul Tiberius Ignia, as the head of the Department of Faith, wears a ring at all times. It protects his mind against intrusion, but most importantly for this, it preserves his memories. Consul Tiberius remembered something no other person, other than one, could actually remember. Lars Ignia had a bodyguard. He was a simple man in his 30s, probably former Frumentari, as most high-ranking bodyguards in Mythdosia are. And yet,
I know this one.
despite this bodyguard being the most obvious person to do this assassination, no one remembered him at all. Not records remembered him, no other member of the Department of Faith remembered him, and when Tiberius brought him up, it's as if the information vanished.
Almost like there's a specific cloak we ran into that did this.
A cowl, even, yeah.
It was given to a specific person.
The only person in the Empire, other than Consul Tiberius Ignia, who knows of this fact, is Tullius. A nameless assassin and a soul-stealing blade in the hands of a man who wants to be an emperor. And with that, that is the end of the Green Rider and the end of today's session. This ranch, way better than I thought it would. So we will definitely be continuing this for the remainder of my stint in Denmark. So I'm not sure when the next session will be, but I will see you whenever that is. And and we'll have someone new, a 5th person. We'll figure out who it is before then. And I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
What's